It would be a nightmare for anyone to suddenly become enclosed in a dark, humid corridor that was only 2 feet tall. With little to no breathing room, crawling in the vents was a claustrophobe's personal hell. "It's moments like this I wish I was a cat," Marshall whispered, slowly creeping along. "What? Why?" Zuma asked from behind. "The kitten catastrophe crew gives us enough trouble as is." "Yeah, but at least I'd be able to see in the dark," the Dalmatian grumbled. Chase gently barked from the back of the line. "How's it going up there, Rocky?" "I can't see 2 feet in front of me," the mix said, breathing loudly as he tried to slow his heartbeat. "If there's a sudden drop, I'm dead." Zuma could be heard grunting in discomfort. He was unable to stand up straight due to the low ceiling, forcing him to either awkward crouch or keep his head low, both options resulting in soreness of the body. "It's so hot in here," Marshall inquired as he shuffled along. In the beginning, the vents were cozy and warm, as the dogs were finally getting out of the freezing rain. However, that got old fast, as the heat only increased to unbearable conditions. "Would you prefer being outside with Farrak's malice?" Chase fired back, slightly agitated. The lab in the middle raised an eyebrow, looking back slightly. "It has a name?" "Yeah, didn't I mention that a few hours ago back in the tower?" "Well, you did shoot Sky, so we were probably a little distracted," Zuma bit back. Rocky's ears perked up as he remembered something, looking back while his voice shook. "Wait, that's right! You said Sky was the one infected. Then why did it come out of rubble?" Chase stuttered as his heart skipped a beat. They were starting to catch on to his lie, and he grew uneasy as his excuses became less and less convincing. "Yes, she was," he said quickly. "But it probably jumped bodies. It can do that." "Jump bodies?" Zuma asked as he continued trekking through the darkness. "How?" "I don't know," the shepherd snapped. "It's a fucking giant creature of death. How am I supposed to know its fine details?" Okay, sheesh, the lab waved off. "I just thought maybe you would know." Zuma quickly diffused the situation, but his suspicions were ever increasing. A chilling voice in the back of his head was telling him Chase wasn't being entirely truthful. "Ugh, we've been in these vents for a long time," Marshall heaved. "It's really hot. Shouldn't we have been in the tower by now?" Rocky spoke up. "I saw on the blueprints. It's a pretty big network of ducts." The Dalmatian emitted an annoyed whine. "But why? Why do we need such expansive vents if it's just one tower with just one top floor?" "It isn't," Chase replied from behind. "There's the boiler room down below, and the breaker box had labels for a basement. Shouldn't Ryder have told us all this was here?" "That's what I'm thinking too, actually." Chase flattened his ears, looking to the ground. Rocky suddenly stopped, causing them all to bump into each other as the movement halted. Chase had to rub his nose as it collided with Zuma's tail. "Ow! Rocky, what the hell?" "I see light!" the mix exclaimed. Sure enough, the dark interior slowly illuminated as they sped forward, revealing each dog as they approached the source of light. The mix, being in front, walked up to what he assumed was an accessible vent cover that would lead them inside, but tilted his head in confusion when it was something completely different. "What is it?" Zuma tried to stick his head out to the side for a better view, but grunted as he hit it against the metal wall by accident. The narrow corridors of the vents were getting increasingly uncomfortable. "It's a ladder?" Rocky said, leaning down to sniff it. "It leads down." "A ladder?" Chase spoke up. "Why is there a ladder in a vent system?" "Maybe it was for the construction workers," Marshall shrugged. "Like when they were building it?" I'm sure Rubble would have known. Well, if there's light coming from the bottom, I say we go. The shepherd nodded. Wait a minute. Zuma turned around to face Chase, which was difficult in the enclosed space. We don't know what's down there. What if we end up trapping ourselves down there with no way out? There is a way out, though, Marshall inquired. There's a ladder. Zuma growled in frustration. Okay, fine. But what if that's the only way out? If Farok's malice, he made air quotes with his paws, comes down here, we'll be sitting ducks. I say we keep moving on this path. Chase narrowed his eyes, meeting Zuma's attitude with the same intensity. Zuma, clearly there's been power down there. Where else would the light be coming from? There could even be supplies down there to help us. I agree. Rocky turned back. I'm with Chase on this. The lab turned to face Rocky, flashing him a look, then quickly looked to Marshall. Well, Marshall, what do you vote on? Looking up in surprise, the Dalmatian's expression twisted into confusion. Vote? He said with an anxious tone. Why does it have to come down to me? Zuma, you can't just put Marshall in the middle like that, Chase said, defending his friend. No, it's fine. The firefighter gave a shaky breath. Let's take the ladder. Rocky nodded in confirmation as Chase slightly glowed in victory. Zuma had to put his head down low so no one would see him quietly snarling in agitation. The mix carefully aligned his paws into the ladder and climbed down to the best of his ability. He was expecting a difficult climb, as dogs weren't built to use ladders in the way humans did. But then he came to an interesting discovery. Hey, it's slanted! Rocky piped up as he climbed down. That makes this easier. Wait, really? Zuma asked in confusion. Yeah, I'm guessing the tower was built by construction dogs. The mix chuckled. Like Rubble. But wouldn't they have taken the ladder out after the tower was done? Zuma asked aloud. This thing is bolted into the wall. It's almost like they expected dogs in the vents to be a normal occurrence. This is all so confusing, Marshall muttered as he watched Rocky make it down and walk away, and he took his turn to climb onto the ladder. Maybe they're like maintenance vents? We're supposed to climb in them to fix things? No, if they were, we certainly would have been using them in the several years we've lived here. The lab shook his head. Why are there entire secret passageways under our tower? And why did Ryder never tell us? Zuma turned around again, this time holding his gaze on the shepherd. Chase held his ground, sitting back and returning Zuma's look with a stern face. I've always wanted to do this. Marshall suddenly smiled and gripped his paws on the edges of the ladder. Gently loosening his grip, he quickly dropped, sliding down the ladder in style. Zuma flicked his eyes back, making sure Rocky and Marshall were out of earshot. Then he turned back to Chase. You know, it's upsetting me how much you're pinning Ryder as dishonest. Chase merely shrugged off Zuma's protest. Do you have any other explanations? His fur bristled a little. I'm just trying to see all possible angles, and it's certainly upsetting me how much attitude you keep giving me. Zuma bit back a snarl, fighting to keep his claws sheathed. Chase, he said calmly, what's your problem? What's yours? The shepherd dodged the question. I'm trying to lead here. Didn't you almost die? The lab raised an eyebrow. I'm not so sure your sanity is intact, given everything that's happened. Excuse me? Chase flattened his ears, offended. I'm just being honest. Zuma held his ground. Maybe someone else should lead for a change. The police dog stood up slightly, his head pressing into the low ceiling. You don't get to make that decision. Says who? Zuma challenged, fur beginning to bristle as well. The shepherd fully bared his teeth. Says me! Guys? Marshall's voice echoed from below. You two coming down? Zuma stood, neck leaned back as he absorbed Chase's hostile response. For a moment, he felt himself unhinging, as his own feral instinct screamed to defend himself. It was only at the sound of Marshall's voice that he shook his head, calming himself down. He sighed and turned toward the ladder, climbing onto it as Chase watched him with narrowed eyes. Before he descended, he turned to Chase a final time. We are not done, he growled, then slid down in the same fashion as Marshall. The shepherd bristled slightly. Zuma was becoming defiant, something he understood but couldn't let slide. It wasn't the lab's fault he couldn't understand why Sky was killed, or why they were put on lockdown, or now being shoved through a cramped vent. Chase sighed. All the hostility was making him exhausted. In time, Zuma would come to understand. He had to. As much as they were butting heads now, Chase still loved the lab as a brother, just as much as he did the others. As Zuma vanished, Chase took his turn and climbed down the ladder. Reaching the bottom, he dropped into a small room. Where are we? Rocky asked, looking around. The room was tiled with dirty white flooring, the walls lined with cracked drywall that reeked of mold and water damage. There was only one door installed in the wall opposite the ladder, meaning they weren't trapped, and Chase could feel victorious over Zuma yet again. Rocky nudged the door with his paw, but it only opened a few inches before it hit a mystery object that had been placed in front of it, blocking them in. It seemed hopeless at first, but Rocky noted that a strong enough push could likely knock the object away and get them through. This door leads out. We just need a good push, he announced to the team, then spotted a large object covered by a sheet. Metal gas canisters sat in one corner by the door, presumably carrying either propane or straight gasoline. Zuma walked over and examined them, seemingly turning the gears in his head. A knocked-over chair was lying on the floor by a wall, possibly meant for a more formal location before it was bumped to the ground. The walls themselves were covered in draping wires and metal pipes, all slithering along the wall and turning into the ceiling. Chase wandered over to an overturned box in another corner of the room. Spilled out on the floor were various pieces of old tech, mainly consisting of broken wires and what he assumed were pieces of pup packs. After rifling through the pieces, he came across two small radio tags, complete with clips to attach them to a collar. Chase recognized them as unused pup tags, missing the emblems that would be pasted on their front. These should come in handy, he nodded to himself. What is this, some kind of supply room? Marshall wondered. Guys! Rocky called. There's a computer in here! All three heads turned at the mix, who was gleefully gripping a sheet in his teeth and pulling it off, revealing a large table and computer set against the wall. It wasn't flashy, recent technology, but certainly not entirely old. It consisted of a flat monitor, with long cords running both into the wall and into a control pad before it, in the place of what would be a keyboard. Chase quickly walked over to the other side of the room where the chair stood, and grabbed it by its leg and dragged it over. With Marshall's help, they stood it up and pushed it to the table, where Rocky jumped up on it for a better view of the screen. This is awesome! Rocky wiggled in the seat. I've never been allowed on furniture before. The screen, Rocky, Chase reminded him with an exasperated tone. The screen! Oh, sorry. The mix looked forward at the computer screen, placing his paws on the table, and he was hit with a wave of confusion. What kind of computer is this? He tilted his head. And where's the mouse? The screen was pitch black, likely not on, But if the lights were on down there, then surely the computer had power also. The control pad resembled a keyboard, but was completely different from anything he had ever seen. The pad itself consisted of several buttons, none of which were labeled with letters, but symbols. The only recognizable set of keys were the arrow keys off to the right. Looking down at the buttons, they were labeled with small red squares on the surfaces, each one with a different number on it from 1 to 20. "What is it?" Marshall asked from below. "I'm not sure yet." "Let me see." Chase stood up on his back legs, trying to climb on the chair. "There's a red button on the far left." Rocky noted it, scanning the odd keyboard. "I'm not really sure what any of this does." As his curiosity took over, Rocky reached forward and pressed a random button. The screen flicked to life, revealing a large linear map consisting of lines and narrow passageways. Several squares were dotted around it, likely key points of interest Rocky struggled to understand. "Wait a second," he started, going wide-eyed. "This is a map of the vents!" "Really?" Chase exclaimed, then jumped up on the chair, shoving forward to get his own look and nearly knocking off Rocky in the process. "Does it say how we can get out of here?" Zuma said from down below. The mix stumbled as Chase pushed into the chair. "I'm not sure. None of this is really labeled. Except that." Chase pointed at the bottom of the screen, revealing a path that deviated from the main route and ended in a star symbol. "I'm guessing that's where we are." "If that's us," Rocky narrowed his eyes, moving his paw along the map, "then this must be the route we just took. See? It starts from a dead end. That must be the outside." "Well, then what's all this?" The shepherd leaned back, taking in the full map of winding corridors and pathways that seemed to stretch for dozens of yards around them. "Why does the tower need all this?" "Your guess is as good as mine," shrugged the eco-dog. "I'm still trying to figure out what all these squares mean." Chase took a closer look, squinting his eyes as he stared into the screen and spied numbers on each of the squares. "They're labeled, just like the buttons." The mix put his paw to his chin, thinking it over. Looking down at the numbered buttons again, he spotted the button labeled 15. Finding it on the map, the square associated with it was right out by the ladder. "Wait, I think I know what this is." Rocky came to a slow realization and hit the button, causing the square to light up on the map. "Is it something that can help us?" Zuma was heard again. "This is a vent locking system," the mix concluded. "All the squares are meant to be the areas you can seal off." To drive home at the point, he hit the red button with the outside gate selected, and after a few seconds, all 4 dogs heard a small whirring noise as a hatch fell over the ladder, sealing them in the room. "We're safe!" the mix barked in elation. "Okay, that's cool and all, but why is this thing even here?" Marshall looked up the ladder, seeing that the way out was indeed blocked. "We can add this to our list of weird things we're finding out in the tower." Chase rolled his eyes. Rocky spun around, addressing the group. "No, this is actually a thing I've seen before. Vent sealing systems are genuinely common. People use these to prevent mold and mildew buildup." Zuma looked around and noted the green sludge that was crawling down the walls. "Wow, I can see how effective it is." His voice was dripping with sarcasm. "It hasn't been used in years. What do you expect?" the mix said in an unamused tone. "Hey, at least with the entrance closed, we're safe down here," Marshall nodded. "Right?" Chase took his own look back at the map, trailing his eyes along the routes when he spotted something he'd wish he hadn't. "Nope," he said simply and pointed his paw. "That ladder isn't the only way in. There are other branching paths that lead around us, likely into the other rooms that we're connected to." "Connected?" The mix glanced at the computer again. "Are we in the basement right now?" I guess so, Chase nodded. I never knew we even had other floors. The shepherd looked down to see Marshall's blue eyes looking up at him. Can't you seal them off as Rocky said? Asked the Dalmatian hopefully. Not these. The shepherd shook his head. These paths either don't have available seals, or they do but can be worked around. So, we're not safe down here. Zuma rolled his eyes. Told you. Chase was getting tired of the lab's quips and whipped his head around to snap at him when a sound rang out that silenced the whole room. All 4 dogs froze when they heard it. Even in their brief moment of solace were they shaking in their fur. Footsteps. Heavy footsteps trudged through the ducts above them, passing over the ladder. It followed us in, Rocky quivered, stepping down from the chair. Chase followed the sound with his ears, tracking it as Farrak's malice moved above them, traveling deeper into the vents. Fear writhed within him, knowing all the creature had to do was wander into one of those particular paths, and it'd drop right into the basement with them. Not to mention the only possible weapon they had against Farrak's malice outside was being able to see it and know where it was. Now in the dark, tight caverns that were the vents, the entire area was shrouded in darkness. It could only be heard from its footsteps. It was completely invisible within the ducts. It's going to get in! Marshall backed up. One way or another! Rocky remained on the floor when he suddenly stood up. Unless, he swiftly brightened up, we trap it. The shepherd in the chair quickly caught on to his friend's plan, evident by his widened smile. With the gates! Do what? Zuma walked over. Chase gleefully looks back to the computer screen. Farrak's malice just went past us, meaning it's going along here. He trailed a paw down a lower path. If we can somehow lure it in between the gates and seal them, we can trap it in the vents. That's... The lab looked for something to say, but even he could admit that was a good plan. That's actually genius. But didn't it smash through Rubble's kennel? Couldn't it just break out the same way? We have to try, Chase said with slight desperation. Hopefully we can keep it in long enough before it even realizes it's trapped. It didn't smash through the kennel until it figured out it was closed in. Are there any gates close to each other? Marshall asked, a determined expression on his face as he too was getting into it. Well, no, Chase admitted with a grimace. But looking at the map as a whole, if we close off here, and... He eyed around the map, holding a paw up. Here, and... here, it'll lock up a whole fourth of the area. It won't be a small trap, but a trap regardless. And since they're far apart, Rocky added, it won't realize it's trapped until it's gone down every possible route. Great! Zuma nodded. But how are we going to lure it in? The room was met with silence. Marshall slunk back as Rocky jolted in surprise, Zuma still with his head high. Chase looked down, thinking for a moment as he observed his mud-dried paws. Zuma didn't want any of his friends to risk death again, certainly not after the fiasco in the courtyard. Rocky was destined to prove himself to the others, and as much as his anxiety was holding him back, a part of him was pushing to be the one to enter the darkness. Rocky sighed. All right, I'll go. Chase cut him off, jumping off the chair. Wait, what? The mix looked down at him. Chase, you've been through enough! Marshall recoiled in shock at Chase's volunteering, visibility showing signs of distress. Zuma merely narrowed his eyes, studying Chase's movements. All the more reason for me, the shepherd shrugged, picking up the blank radios from the box. I've tangled against it already. May as well go again. What? No! Rocky shook his head, jumping down to him. Chase, I'm not letting you go! The police dog grimaced, facing Rocky. Oh, you'd rather Marshall went? Or you? The mix had to think for a moment, glancing to the side before holding Chase's gaze. I am willing to face it. Rocky, no. Chase shook his head. I'm going, and you'll need this. He flicked a small tag through the air, letting Rocky catch it. These radios are new. They're linked to one another instead of our servers. And that works? Zuma raised an eyebrow. Even with all others out? Hence the closed channel, the police dog pointed out. These radios will work as long as I don't stray too far away from you. How far is too far? Rocky said, looking down at the colorless pup tag. The shepherd hesitated, his mind drawing a blank. I guess we'll find out. Sighing in resignation, although accepting a possible fate within the dark corridors of the vents, Chase equipped the radio on his collar and walked over to the ladder. Marshall tried yet again to plead him away, tears in his eyes, powerful enough that Chase had to turn away from the Dalmatian to keep his own emotions in check. One look at his closest friend's face, and he'd never leave. But it had to be done. With a sick feeling in his stomach, he walked over to the ladder and reached up the steps. Rocky, he began, open the way. The mix sighed, lowering his ears as he made his way back over to the computer, reopening the gate he previously activated over the ladder. With the way open, Chase climbed up, feeling the cool air of the basement die away into heat as he emerged from the ladder and climbed into darkness. You can close the ladder now, he said into his radio.
Chase, there's still time.
Rocky's voice came through.
You don't have to do this.
Close it! After a moment of brief silence, a horizontal panel activated, sliding over the ladder and sealing the path. All light in the vents was cut off, but Chase knew he'd be able to navigate with Rocky's help. Now completely separated from his friends, Chase took a deep breath, braced himself, and punched his paw into the wall as hard as he could. The impact sounded like a deafening sound of echoing sheet metal, radiating throughout the vent system. Sure enough, after a few seconds, he could hear the distant sound of movement approaching him. He was locked away in a maze of pitch-black corridors, now actively being hunted by a vicious, unrelenting predator. There was officially no turning back now. All right, he said to himself. Let's do this. The moist, foul-smelling stench of the inner vents clouded over Chase. His paws stood on bare metal, his dull claws clicking on its surface as he took each step. The only source of light had been sealed off, dooming him to navigate the maze of ducts in pure darkness. He knew Farrak's malice was coming toward him, lured over the noise he emitted from punching the wall. Now he just needed to keep it nearby, no matter how insane it sounded in his head. Rocky, Chase whispered into his collar. You have the map. You need to tell me where to go or I'm going to die.
Do you know where the creature is?
The mix's voice came through. The shepherd winced. Probably backtracking now. I can't stay here. Studying the map closely before him, Rocky looked ahead to find a branching path that deviated from the main route.
Can you see a right turn coming up?
Are you kidding? I can't see shit! He hissed as quietly as possible. I'm totally blind up here.
I don't have any way of tracking your direct movements. Maybe put your paw to the wall or something.
Rolling his eyes, Chase took a deep breath and began his journey into the enclosed hell of a maze. His first few steps were blind. Even after his eyes got used to the darkness, there was still nothing to see. Oddly, Farak's malice had fallen silent, a revelation that filled him with terror. It was hunting for him just as much as he was. Keeping the tip of his tail pressed against the wall to feel for gaps, he did his best to maintain steady breaths. The ceiling was too low and the walls were too close, each paw step emitting a low echo he prayed couldn't be heard. He took a moment to shake his front paws, trying to fling off the sweat that was pooling from his glands. Chase couldn't imagine sweating directly from his skin like humans did, as that would probably make his situation hundreds of times worse. He suddenly stopped, trying to prick his ears into the darkness for any low noise that could give away an approaching threat. He was met only with the faraway hum of a distant air conditioning unit and the constant churning of his own breaths. Chase hadn't been able to smell Farak's malice outside due to the rain, but in the ducts things were different. Maybe he'd get different results? Leaning forward, he stuck his nose out and took in 3 good sniffs of his environment. Immediately, he cringed back as wafts of unsavory stenches invaded his nose, most notably the wrenching smell of mildew. He couldn't smell Farak's malice, at least not yet. Hopefully it would come into play later, or he would die in this vent.
Go forward,
Rocky began.
The first turn you'll hit is a right. Take it.
Chase followed the instructions accordingly, keeping his tail gliding along the wall. His heart was pounding, sweat pooling under his paws. Sounds of machinery within the walls churned around him, acting as the faint flickers of sound in the dead environment. He was trying to keep himself focused, but Rocky's comment from earlier was returning to his mind. The mix had asked a harmless question. Why did Farak's malice come out of rubble if Sky was the one announced to be infected? A part of him didn't want to tell the truth, yet his other half demanded he did. At one point, he was willing to sew his own muzzle shut so he'd never reveal Sky's murder. It was impossible to pin him. The creature couldn't jump bodies in the way Chase described, but it would be so easy to say it did. No one would ever know, but he would never sleep soundly again. He had to tell them. He had to tell the truth and be done with it. They'd berate him, possibly even attack him, but he deserved it all. A heavy feeling weighed down his stomach, and Chase felt himself wince as sorrow overtook him. "I'm so sorry," he muttered, half to himself.
What?
Rocky came in on the radio. Nothing." The shepherd shook his head, then felt his tail drop off. "I've reached the turn, heading right." He carefully turned his body in the direction and continued forward.
Directly after, you'll take the left turn coming up.
Affirmative. The shepherd sighed to himself, moving a little faster. He didn't want to spend too much time in here, as the heat was slowly getting to him. Increasingly irritated by his blindness, Chase wished Ryder had installed flashlights into their collars. Although his thoughts turned to the efficiency of such an item, Chase quietly debated to himself whether or not flashlight collars would be practical. He reached the left turn and followed it, breaking away from the path yet again. "All right, Rocky, what now?"
You're about to pass over one of the gates. Should be a foot or two ahead of you.
Curious, Chase reached a paw forward, feeling along the ground for anything different. Sure enough, his paw glided over an indention in the floor, the area where the gate would slide up and seal off the area. Rocky continued.
You're going to pass over it, then make a right.
"On it," Chase replied swiftly and was about to walk over when he suddenly stopped. He froze in position, ears perking up as a faint sound met his ears. It was distant, coming from a head a little ways away. It was a constant echoing of sheet metal, the exact sound Chase was emitting as he walked through the vent, only it was louder. Tension rising in his fur, Chase took a slow step back, not taking his eyes from the path ahead of him. Leaning his nose forward, he took a deep inhale of the air. Instantly, the stench of rotting meat hit his nose, in addition to the ripe fetor of blood. "Rocky," Chase said, unmoving. "Close the gate."
What?
The sound grew louder. The smell became stronger. The echoing noise of a massive animal was no longer a mere tap in the silence, but a booming break that rang throughout. The sound suddenly intensified even more, growing faster and louder as it moved toward him. The gate!" Chase stammered as he was slowly overcome with fear. "Rocky, close the..." A piercing screech tore through the vent system as Ferox Malice rounded the corner ahead, honing on Chase's smell. "Rocky, close the gate!" the shepherd cried out, stumbling back. "Close the gate!" If there was any source of light in the vents, Chase would have been able to see the terrifying creature grip its arms into the walls, leaning up in a growling snarl. It opened its mouth and screamed out at its prey, vibrating its tentacles in preparation to shoot them forward. The gate closed. It shut quickly, just in time before Ferox Malice was able to lunge. Chase was safe, for now. Even as his life was spared, the shepherd was unable to calm his violent shaking. His tail was shot under his legs, and for a moment he was frozen to the floor. If he wasn't able to get a grip on himself, he'd probably break down crying right then and there.
"Chase, are you okay?"
Rocky came in. No response from the shepherd, as he took frantic breaths in an attempt to calm himself.
"Chase!"
"I'm fine, Rocky," the police dog heaved. "I'm fine."
"Oh, thank. We thought it got you. We could hear its roar from all the way down here."
"Let's just keep moving." Chase tried to wave off the near-death experience. "We'll have to turn around." Down in the control room, the rest of the pups were facing their own versions of terror. Rocky would have been more than happy to stare down the eyes of death in the vents, but Chase had already wedged himself into the position. The mix was happy to help, but despite being safe in the room, being able to hear Chase potentially getting attacked was riding his anxiety. "Is he okay?" Marshall ran to the mix's side, whining. Rocky turned to face him, trying to calm the quivering in his voice. "He's fine. He just had a run-in."
"So where to?"
Chase's voice came from the caller. The gray dog struggled to read the map for any possible new routes. "Turn around, make a left. We're just going to take a long way." Nearby, Zuma was examining the propane tank he found against the wall. He didn't want to tell anyone how much he doubted the plan to trap the creature, even if he was for it in the beginning. However, the small canister of explosive gas had sent another idea forming in his head. He had witnessed in the courtyard that Ferox Malice avoided fire, although he didn't know if open flames actually harmed the creature or just annoyed it. Regardless, the monster showed clear hesitation when Chase had the blowtorch, and that was all the research he needed. As the lab silently made his plans, Rocky was sweating bullets trying to help Chase navigate. "Alright, I'm going to seal the first gate," he said, hitting the button. "There should be another one to your left. I'll seal that too, but you need to cross over it first."
"Wait, how am I going to get out if everything is closed?"
Chase worried, fearing being trapped for the final minutes of his life. "I have a route planned for you." While everyone else was occupied, Marshall approached the door of the room and peered outside. He could see a whole other room, with even more doors and a starting hallway. The basement was bigger than they realized, and the sooner this door was unlocked, the sooner they'd be able to explore. It poked in the Dalmatian's mind how they had an entire wing of the lookout never revealed to them. Grunting a little, Marshall pressed his spotted paw into the door, trying to push it out. His attempt was futile, as whatever was placed in front of it was doing a good job of keeping it closed. Emitting a faint growl, Marshall kneaded his paws into the ground, preparing himself to unjam the door.
I've passed over it. You can seal it now.
Chase reported in.
Oh God, I can hear it behind me!
He whimpered.
It's trying to come around the other way!
Rocky swiftly shut the gate. That makes 2, and the third one I can shut right away.
This feels too easy.
Well, we haven't gotten to the hard part yet. The mix tensed up. Actually getting that thing into the trap.
I'll just have to lure it by sound. It worked the first time.
The shepherd winced, eager to avoid any more confrontation. Zuma turned around. Why can't you just close all the vents at once? I tried that already, the mix grumbled. It only lets me close 4 gates, no more. Maybe it's a power consumption thing. I also had to open the gate above the ladder, so we're vulnerable if that thing decides to come for us. Regretting opening his mouth, Zuma looked away with a blank stare. Oh, lovely. To drive home his point, Zuma noticed wiring that led along the wall from the computer. Before it disappeared into the wall, the wires met in a metal box with a gauge on it, containing a meter that measured the power usage. We have technology activated by barking sounds, but they can't get efficient power generators for a damned vent system, the lab griped. Again, no one's used this thing in years. Rocky was growing more agitated by Zuma's quips. It probably worked fine, but wore down as time went on. The lab emitted a low growl. Lucky us.
Rocky, I'm at an intersection.
Chase could be heard breathing heavily. The vent path to your... The mix narrowed his eyes, trying to get a read on Chase's direction. Left should be the one I just sealed. Go straight. You'll approach the last one.
Moving.
Chase, I'm gonna have to open that first gate I closed, Rocky warned him. It only lets me close 4.
Yeah, that's... Wait.
Chase stopped again. Chase? Rocky asked, already boiling with fear. You okay in there? No response. Chase? The mix repeated, voice rising. Marshall stopped and looked over, also carrying an expression of worry as he heard Rocky's tone of voice.
Rocky!
The shepherd shouted into his collar.
Close the gate!
The mix went on alarm. Which one?
The one ahead of me!
The mix lunged his paw forward, selected the gate on the computer, and hit the button. For a moment he felt relief, until his heart plunged as he remembered he never opened the first gate.
Rocky, what the hell are you doing?
Shit! The mix realized, now scrambling on the terminal. Shit!
It didn't close!
Farrak's Malice's layered scream rang out through the vents once more, even louder than last time. Marshall froze up as Zuma whipped around in surprise.
Rocky!
Moving so fast he almost fell from the chair, Rocky slammed the button to open the first gate, then lunged over to select the new one. In a moment that felt like milliseconds from tragedy, he smacked the red button and the gate closed. A tense silence filled the room. Chase? Rocky called out, filled with dread at the realization he may have killed his close friend. Are you there? No response. The mix slowly let himself come to a stop, then he gently leaned back in the chair. His eyes filled with tears as he stared in shock. Chase was gone, massacred in the vents, and it was all Rocky's fault. Marshall stood motionless, face wide with shock as he processed what had just occurred. No, he said simply, breath shaking. No! The Dalmatian slowly looked down, shot through the heart from the death of his best friend. His silent breakdown was watched by Zuma, who seemed unaffected by the presumed loss. We failed, Rocky breathed out, laying his head down on his paws.
Failed what?
Came the voice of a German shepherd. Chase? The mix shot his head back up, as did Marshall.
Yeah, sorry.
He took a moment to breathe.
That was really close. I had to catch my bearings.
Rocky shook his head, wanting to be angry, but elation quickly flooded his face. God damn it, dude! He chuckled. Don't do that to us!
Sorry. Where to now?
Straight ahead. The eco-dog wiped his face as he turned his gaze back to the map.
Alright, hold on.
He went silent for a split second.
I'm trying to figure out what direction it's going in.
Staring at the linear map of lines and pathways, Rocky tried to narrow in on the creature's location as well. Remembering the last gate he closed, it could only mean Farrak's malice was traveling on an upper pathway.
It went to the right, I think.
Chase said a few minutes later.
Isn't that a closed-off path?
It is. You better move fast. The last gate is all the way down until you hit the end. As Rocky shook away his grief and returned to guiding Chase, Marshall needed a minute before he was able to catch his bearings. After a solid few seconds of sniffles and wiping eyes, the Dalmatian felt embarrassed for acting in such a way. He could already feel Zuma's gaze on him, and the last thing he wanted to do was lose another friend. Sighing, the firefighter made his way back over to the door he was working on. Sitting down to lick his paw, an odd sound suddenly met his ear. Stopping mid-lick, he picked up his head, looking around the room for the source of the sound. It was a low buzz, like humming lights, so quiet he almost didn't hear it at all. He didn't want to disturb Zuma, and certainly didn't want to mess up Rocky's focus, so he investigated the odd sound on his own. He approached the wall covered in wires, trying to center in on the low buzz in his ears.
Rocky, I made it to the end.
Chase came through. Do you have a reading on the creature? The mix replied.
I don't know. It went quiet.
The shepherd worried.
I think it's far away. Usually I can hear it crawling toward me.
Marshall sniffed the wall, stopping to observe the power gauge attached to the metal box. Gazing into the glass cylinder, he noticed the meter beginning to rise. The little arrow within it was shaking, moving out of the green and into yellow. Rocky? The Dalmatian tried to get his friend's attention. The buzzing noise grew louder, now grabbing Zuma's ears as well. The room began to steadily brighten, the light bulbs above them starting to intensify. The power was suddenly increasing, supercharging the lights and making them uncomfortable to stare directly at. What's going on? Zuma backed up. What's wrong with the lights? The bulbs began to flicker on and off, now catching Rocky's attention. Why are the... An electric explosion blasted out of the wall, shattering into the room as glass shot outward. Marshall screamed and jumped in the air, crying out as glass dug into his side. Zuma tried to block his face, but was hit with a wave of heat and a glass shard stabbing into his arm. Thrown off the chair, Rocky scrambled to his paws. What the hell was that?
What was what?
Chase demanded.
I heard the explosion! What was that?
Rocky attempted to respond when the overhead light bulb suddenly popped, spraying the room with glass. Rogue electricity sparked from the broken base as the room dimmed into darkness.
Rocky!
The shepherd shouted.
The gate just closed!
What? The mix stumbled, defensively holding himself together. I didn't shut it though! As Zuma and Marshall scrambled away from the glass that now littered the floor, Rocky jumped back onto the chair to regain control over the vents. He was instead met with a sight that made his stomach drop. "The terminal isn't responding!" he shouted, pressing every key on the board with no visible effect. "It closed every gate at once!" The mix stared at the screen in horror. Every single gate was now sealed, far beyond what the system was able to handle.
What do you mean?
The shepherd demanded.
Rocky,
He went silent for a brief moment.
I'm trapped in here!
Elsewhere in the vents, Farak's malice angrily roared, its screech echoing far through the corridors. It was heard clearly by all four dogs, making them stop in their tracks.
Get me out of here!
Chase cried. "Rocky, what the hell happened?" Zuma barked into chaos. "You're the technician, don't you know?" The mix scrambled. "I think it was a power surge!" He shook his head, darting his eyes to find any feasible path Chase could take. "Something spiked in the electric systems, and now nothing is working right!" He stared forward, realizing Chase was completely trapped in the vents with no way out. "How the hell do power surges just randomly happen?" Zuma argued with a snarl. "Aren't those what surge protectors are for?"
Rocky!
Chase shouted, voice rising in fear. "Something must have happened!" The panicking mix struggled for an explanation. "Either the system just completely conked out on us, or..." Zuma went wide-eyed. "Or someone sabotaged us!" "What?" Rocky whipped around. "There's no one else down here! You said it yourself! Power surges don't just happen out of nowhere!" The lab barked. "There's something else going on here!"
Get me out of here!
Chase wailed into his collar.
I can hear it coming!
The mix threw himself back to the computer, hitting every button possible to no avail. The screen was frozen, static cracking into the display and glitching through the map. No matter what Rocky tried, there didn't seem to be anything he could do. Marshall was panicking as well, pacing around Rocky's chair as he overheard the chaos. He wanted to help in any way he could, but his options were limited. Focusing was difficult due to the cuts on his side, leaking blood from where the glass was shot into him. Even then, he had to think of something. "Isn't there anything you can do?" the Dalmatian called up. "Marshall, I really can't talk right now!" Rocky pounded on the keyboard, deciding to go all in and start whacking the controls in a desperate attempt to jumpstart them. Fear stabbing into his mind, Marshall frantically looked around for anything that could help. His eyes locked on a red lever coming from the wall, not inherently visible due to its low position. It had a red, scratched handle, and the port it sat in was outlined in black and yellow. Without thinking, the Dalmatian jumped forward and clamped his teeth into the lever's handle. With no way left to turn, he yanked his head down, pulling the lever as hard as possible. A loud alarm swept through the area, and red lights were activated in the room. In an instant, all power suddenly died from the room. The broken light bulb stopped sparking, the computer shut down, and even the AC in the wall could be heard shutting off. All electric systems had completely stopped, restarting the system. "Huh?" Rocky recoiled from the sudden change. "Chase, can you hear me?"
Yeah, it opened!
The shepherd could be heard panting as he ran.
I'm headed back!
The mix raised an eyebrow. "Really? I didn't do anything!" He was interrupted as Marshall came to his side, barking up at him. "I think I pulled an emergency shutoff of some kind!" Zuma recoiled. "A shutoff?" "Wait, that means..." Rocky narrowed his eyes, processing the information. Not even a second later, he jolted upright, realizing what it meant. Up in the vents, Chase was hurrying as fast as he could. His heart was racing, blood pumping faster than it ever had. Not a single one of their missions had ever been close to the likes of this. He'd seen danger before in Adventure Bay, but it was merely environmental hazards of falling debris and violent storms. Never before had he stared into the eyes of a monster seeking to end him. He kept his breathing steady, staring into the darkness as he made a left turn. He knew if he stayed at the perimeter of the vents, he'd likely come across the ladder back into the room soon enough. He was minutes away from being reunited with his family. He just had to escape the corridors. This fact slowly soothed him, giving him a moment of relief from the fear, knowing the job was almost done.
Chase! Marshall activated an emergency shutoff!
Rocky panicked into the collar. Is that how I got out?
I guess so, but there's another problem!
The mix was audibly hyperventilating.
I think all of the gates just opened at once!
The shepherd frowned. What do you mean?
I don't know, but I think Farrak's malice may be headed straight towards you!
Tension quickly flared, and Chase broke into a jog. He knew running would only attract the creature. Breathing quicker, he trained to maintain his composure as he continued forward. It couldn't be long now until he reached the exit. The pounding sound of a massive object crashing into the vent wall echoed into the puppy and nearly knocked him over. Chase jumped in surprise, smacking his head into the low ceiling. Dazed and disoriented, the shepherd blindly stumbled back into the darkness. He didn't need sight to know what was in front of him. Farrak's malice emerged before him, cutting off his route to the exit. It initially didn't know where Chase was, only where he was going, remembering the hatch it passed over when it followed them inside. Snarling in anger, the monster bared its teeth, punching its arm into the wall in rage. Hearing death before him, Chase turned and ran as fast as he could. Farrak's malice immediately gave pursuit, screeching out as it clawed for him. The creature was hindered by the low ceiling and couldn't efficiently use its legs to accelerate its speed. Chase was small, able to fully stand up even in the vents, allowing him to break into a sprint. Even then, Chase was unsure if it would be enough, as panic boiled in his blood. As the monster's constant roars filled his ears, he remembered something amidst the chaos. On the map of the vents, there were branching paths that led into the basement, unlike the ladder they had originally passed. Perhaps there was a way out for him after all, and he quickened his pace.
Chase!
A voice cried through the collar. Where do I go, Rocky? The shepherd pleaded. Tell me where to go!
I can't see the map anymore! It's all shut down!
Blindly running, Chase had zero ideas of where he was going. A terrifying thought rose in his head that he would die slowly and painfully in the ducts, his body never to be found. Just when he was almost tired out, a sparkle of light met his eyes, and he snapped his attention forward. Up ahead was a long corridor, but it ended in a vent cover. He could easily see light glowing through the slits. He could see his way out, but the violent screeches were getting louder, and the monster was gaining. Chase knew he wouldn't be able to make the last stretch. He'd run as much as he could, but he'd die tired. In what he assumed were the final minutes of his life, he made a desperate decision. He knew a branching path was coming up. He remembered seeing it on the map before he had entered the dark passageways. Rocky! He called. Keep talking!
What?
Just keep talking! Chase barked, swiftly unclipping the collar and holding it in his teeth.
Okay.
The mix stuttered.
Zuma thinks somebody deliberately caused the power surge. There's no other explanation for why it just suddenly happened.
Keep talking! The puppy trailed the end of his tail along the wall, feeling for an opening in the wall.
Keep talk... Okay, look! I'm sorry for everything!
Rocky cried.
I'm not strong! I failed you! I failed the Paw Patrol! I haven't been the dog I should have been! I knew Rubble! I should have known something was wrong with him, but I was just so distracted! I could have solved all of this, but I was just so fucking stupid!
Sure enough, Chase felt his tail slide off, swiftly locating in the darkness where the new path began. Stopping for just a millisecond, Chase flung the collar as hard as he could down the side passageway, then stomped his paw into the floor that led down it. This was it. It was time to figure out if Ferox Malice could see in the dark. Rocky's voice was loudly emitting from the collar.
I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry!
A perfect beacon. Chase turned to face his incoming predator, backing up into the original pathway to his freedom. He couldn't outrun it any longer. He could only play the last card he had. The pounding sounds of the creature scrambling through the vents narrowed in on him. He heard its jaws open with a fierce hissing sound. Crouching down low, Chase took a final step back, pressing himself into the wall. Screeching in rage, Ferox Malice was only a meter away from his position. He swore he could see the creature's eyes. Its claws reached out to grab its helpless prey, its jagged fangs ready to snap bones. The monster lunged forward. Chase shut his eyes. The sound of it moving suddenly collided with the wall as Ferox Malice turned and charged down the new path, following the voice it heard. Its tail barely grazed Chase's nose as it turned, sending a stench of rotten innards into his nostrils. Tears fell from his eyes as he realized he had been spared. A monumental weight lifted from his shoulders, bathing his mind in relief. The feeling was so immense, an old song began to ring in his ears. "Don't you?" he silently cried, repeating the lyrics he knew. "Forget about me." His voice quivered as he sobbed, hearing the monster move away. It was an old Scottish song from 1985, one his mother had sung to him years ago back when he was just an infant puppy in a bed. At that moment, he remembered her voice, gently soothing him as she sang. Don't. He wept quietly, turning and making haste for the exit, quickly picking up speed. As he stared into the creature of death and suffering, at the belief he was seconds from being cut down, his mind had settled on his family. "Don't you forget about me." He could barely see through his own tears.
Chase!
Was the final word from Rocky as Ferox Malice slammed its foot onto the collar, smashing it to pieces. Rocky jumped up from his chair, not even caring that his paws landed upon broken glass. Zuma looked over in concern, while Marshall jumped to his own paws, desperate for any update on his friend's status. The mix pushed past both dogs, running toward the jammed door that led further into the basement. Placing his paws against it, he audibly whined, "Zuma, help me get this door open!" "He's dead, Rocky." The lab came to his side. "Let's just take the ladder and go back outside while the creature is still down here." Snarling, the mix whipped his gaze over to the Coast Guard. Baring his teeth, Rocky snarled for the first time in years. "Don't you fucking say that! Now help me!" As Rocky helplessly pushed against the door, Zuma leaned back in intimidation. Rolling his eyes, he joined the mix on the door, placing his paws against it. Both dogs grunted as they shoved forward all the strength they had. The door didn't open, but cracked just enough that a puppy could slip out. Rocky wasted no time jumping through, landing in an entirely new room. He didn't even check what was in it, as the mix's eyes shot upward to the ceiling where the ducts could be seen. Whining fearfully, Rocky struggled to remember the vent map, trying to figure out where Chase was. "Rocky!" Zuma tried to call him back. "It's not safe!" The mix was about to bite back at the comment when he heard footsteps from above. He instantly snapped his attention back to the vent, trying to track the sound in his panic. He followed the duct, hastily jogging across the wall and through yet another door, not stopping once to observe his surroundings. He wasted no time nearly throwing himself through it. This door wasn't blocked, so it swiftly knocked open into a dark room littered with metal shelves. The door, upon opening, careened into a pile of boxes and sent them flying. Rocky sprinted into the room when he was suddenly assaulted by a box landing on him. Shaking it off, although dazed, Rocky approached an end of the ducts. There was a vent cover placed on it, seemingly gating off the entrance inside the dark passageways. "Chase!" the mix called up into it, leaning forward to sniff the air. The sound of echoing footsteps returned, intense and coming his way. Rocky held his breath, creeping backward in a slow retreat as he feared the worst. The sound became louder and louder, the creature almost hurtling itself toward the vent cover. Breaking into a panic, Rocky turned to run. Suddenly, Chase smashed through the vent cover, completely throwing himself through it as he ruptured out. Rocky had to jump to dodge the now flying cover that was probably made from drywall or plastic. The German Shepherd flew out of the vent, falling into the room as he hit the floor and crashed into the metal shelf. "Ow!" Chase winced as some papers fell on him. Instantly, the mix jumped in elation. "Chase! You're alive!" He jumped onto the shepherd, throwing his arms around him in a tight hug. "I thought you were dead!" he cried. "I really thought you were gone!" Breathing heavily, Chase needed a moment before he registered what was happening. Blinking for a second, he put his own arm around the mix and hugged him tightly. "I'm okay," he panted. "I'm okay, Rocky. You did a great job." "I guess," the mix frowned. "Everything went wrong." Chase narrowed his eyes as he gently released himself from Rocky's hold. "What actually happened back there?" he asked the frightful mix. "Why did everything stop working?" Rocky shrugged, shaking his head. I don't know. Zuma thinks we were sabotaged." "Sabotaged? Who would do that?" "I don't know. I'm just glad you're alive." The shepherd looked to the floor, trying to put the pieces together in his head. Had someone actually intervened? Why in the world would someone stop them from trapping the creature? Chase's mind fell back on Farak's malice, and his eyes suddenly widened. "Oh no," he shot up. Rocky raised an eyebrow. "What?" The sound of upward footsteps returned, emitting from far in the vents. Only these footsteps were significantly louder and heavier, and they were moving fast. "Get back!" Chase barked, jumping into Rocky and tackling him out of the room. The pounding racket of a metal collision slammed out of the vents behind them. The rectangular passageway distorted from the impact, groaning as the metal bent and tore. A long, bloodied arm, vibrating with worm-like tendrils, extended out of the vent opening. It slammed its claws into the outside wall, dragging them across the metal and producing a wretched scraping noise. "Go!" Chase pushed his friend up. "Get back outside!" The two puppies sprinted across the room and wedged themselves through the crack in the door, much to the surprise of everyone else. "Chase?" Zuma recoiled, seeing the shepherd alive yet again. The shepherd had no time to answer as a Dalmatian jumped him, pulling him into a sobbing hug. "You're okay!" Marshall cried gleefully. The sound of tearing metal screamed out as Farak's malice ripped apart the vent, birthing itself from the dark cavities and emerging back into the light. No longer hindered by the ceiling, it stood up tall and uncoiled its legs. "No time!" Chase pushed Marshall off. back outside! Now! Zuma was the first to run, jumping for the ladder and clinging onto it as he stumbled to climb up. Chase was going to follow him when his instinct stopped in his tracks. Tilting his ears, he stiffened his body. Zuma, get off the ladder! The lab looked back at him. What? Why? He was cut off as Farok's malice completely smashed through the door, tearing through the wood and sending shavings flying in all directions. The room exploded into chaos as Marshall screamed and Zuma cried out in his own surprise. Swinging its arms to completely break down what was left of the door, Farok's malice unhinged its jaw and roared into the room. It was disorienting, making Zuma lose his grip and fall. Lowering its torso to the floor, back arched and hips raised, Farok's malice tail flared to life. The appendage quickly curved into position, primed and quivering, and Farok's malice speared its tail forward with lethal speed. It stabbed into the wall in the exact place Zuma had been before he fell, missing the lab by mere seconds. The puppies began to scatter, the creature quickly pulling its tail back and eyeing the escape route. It lunged forward and slashed its claws in a sweeping motion, tearing through the metal ladder and trapping them all inside. Chase braced himself as he was assaulted with wood and bladed bits. Run! He shouted. All four dogs dove out of the room, running out with no destination in mind. Where are we even going? Marshall cried. We've never been down here! Before Chase could answer, Farok's malice stuck out of the room, gripping the wall as it spotted the puppies. Snarling, it jumped into the back wall and sprang off it, sailing through the air over their heads. They all screamed in unison as they skidded to a halt, Rocky instinctively jumping in front to shield the rest. The creature landed before them, cutting them off yet again. Growling, it reared to its full height and snarled down at the puppies. Etching its claws into the floor, it roared out in pure rage, ready to tear the animals before it into bloodied ribbons. Chase instantly got into a defensive stance, flattening his ears and baring his teeth. Get away! He snarled, wanting to protect his family to the end. Back off! The other three backed up behind him, Zuma staying far behind while Rocky and Marshall cowered. Farok's malice cared little for Chase's show of nobility and flexed its claws. Suddenly, a new voice rang out in the room. Watch out! Shouted someone. Their voice was sharp and feminine. Chase looked up to see what looked like a glass bottle sailing over his head, almost in slow motion from his perspective. Before he could register the object, the bottle smashed into the floor before Farok's malice, exploding into a massive column of fire. The puppies all jumped back in unison, crying out as they were bludgeoned with intense heat. The creature abandoned its attack, screeching in surprise as the flames seared into its exposed flesh. Farok's malice stumbled backward, madly scraping its claws across the floor as it fell backward, dazed from the blast of fire. Chase hit the ground, struggling to get up as he shook himself back to his senses. His fur felt singed, and the dried mud that still caked him in places was now practically welded to his body. He opened his eyes to see a new dog, small with golden brown fur, helping his friends to their footing. Who? He tried to narrow his blurred vision. Come on! She turned to him. Follow me! Zuma shook his head. What? Follow me unless you want to die! The new dog snarled as she ran off through a door in the room. With no other options, Chase looked back at the monster. Taking the flame directly front and center, it was completely stunned. With no option, he rallied his friends and ran after their savior. They ran for a few minutes before stopping in an old dusty hallway. Old wires hung down from the ceiling as the dogs caught their breath. As Chase's sight fully recalibrated, he looked back toward the stranger. "Hey," he called to her. "Who art?" He stopped wide-eyed as he instantly recognized her. It was almost baffling to see someone like her in a place like this. Chase stepped back as the dog turned to face him, meeting him with her brown eyes. The shepherd was aghast at the sight of her. "Liberty?" In a futile attempt to contain the creature, Chase, Rocky, Marshall, and Zuma banded together to trap Ferox Malice in the vents. They had underestimated its intelligence, however, and the electrical stability of the building, two factors that led to it breaking free from the trap. In their desperate time of need, the last dog anyone thought they'd see suddenly emerged to rescue them. Liberty, their mutual friend from Adventure City. None of the dogs spoke at the sight of her, only the single uttering of her name. Looking around wearily, Liberty took a moment to check behind them, surveying the path in case Ferox Malice was in pursuit. Seeing nothing but the darkness of corridors, she turned back to her friends to address them. "Okay, I know what you're thinking," Zuma butted in. "That doesn't even begin to describe it!" he barked, then winced at the volume of his voice, knowing loud sounds were an easy target for the creature. "How did you even get down here?" "It's a long story." Liberty held up her paw in an attempt to reassure him. "But right now—" "Oh, no, no, no!" Now it was Chase who interrupted. "We've been through enough, and we've already lost 2 members because of all the shit that's been going on for the last week!" He flattened his ears, staring down into the smaller dog. "Let me guess, you're working for the ACG, aren't you?" "Those ruffians? Please," she waved off the question. "You think I'd work for savages like them?" Rocky narrowed his eyes. "Well, you did throw an exploding fire bottle a few seconds ago. They're called Molotov cocktails, Rocky," Liberty shot back. "Exactly. Where the hell did you get that?" Liberty went silent, flicking her gaze to the side while she kneaded her paws on the ground. It was true that she had a secret, but how to share it with 4 dogs who had clearly seen death was challenging. Chase and Zuma had her cornered, 2 significantly stronger dogs who were demanding answers from her. Rocky was standing behind, cradling a fearful Marshall, although still not taking his eyes off the dachshund. Realizing there was no way out, figuratively and literally, she spoke up. "All right, fine. You're right. I was sent here." "I knew it!" Zuma growled, baring his teeth. "But not from the ACG," she protested. "I'm on a special assignment from the Arcline Foundation. I assume you don't know who they are." "You think we know jack shit anything?" Chase hissed, bristling his fur. "At this point, I'm willing to believe whatever. Who are they?" Taking a deep breath, Liberty spoke. "Of course, Captain Cyrus wouldn't tell you. They're genetic researchers, hell-bent on designing perfect creatures or something like that," she continued as everyone tilted their heads in confusion. "Recently, they had a breach in one of their facilities. A certain parasitic creature had escaped." Chase recoiled. "You mean Ferox Malice? It came from them?" "Indeed," Liberty nodded. "They're not too happy about it, but they've sent me into Adventure Bay to gather samples." "What do you mean, gather?" Zuma raised an eyebrow. Rubbing her arm uncomfortably, Liberty knew this was the part they weren't going to like. "Even though Ferox Malice is out of control, they're taking the opportunity to see how it fares in the wild. So, they've hired me to investigate its behavior and document whatever it does." "Well, it came out of rubble. You can write that down, Zuma grumbled. Did it now! Liberty exclaimed. That's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. Well, technically it came from Sky, Rocky added. Then it jumped bodies into rubble, apparently. Chase could be seen visibly freezing up. It can do that? The small dog sat down. I don't remember reading that in the files. Well, it's what Chase said. Rocky was going to say something else when the shepherd suddenly jutted into the conversation. Hey! It's in the past now, he said quickly, sweat pooling under his paws. What matters here and now is staying alive and escaping that thing. Zuma narrowed his eyes, studying Chase. Hey, wait a minute, the mix began again. You said you were sent here to gather samples on the creature, he said, recanting her story. But why are you down here in the basement? Liberty stood up again. Because I'm investigating the worst case of the infection I've ever seen. Wouldn't Ferox Malice itself classify as that? No. She shook her head. Believe it or not, there's something even worse down here in the basement. She shuddered as an aura of fear and confusion consumed the room. Before she could say anything else, Chase closed the distance between them and stared into her eyes. Are you saying there's more? Liberty took a step back at the sudden violation of personal space. I hate to tell you this, but Ferox Malice may have done something to the lookout. I gathered what I could and tried to escape, but... She bristled in frustration. The exit locked behind me, and I couldn't get it open. I think the power's out. Yeah, that thing destroyed the fuse box a couple of hours ago, Rocky said, remembering the creature's cruel method of crippling its prey. You must have been seconds from getting out before it happened. Wait a minute. How'd you even get down here in the first place? Chase suddenly realized, looking Liberty up and down. And what exit? Because we got in from the vents! Ryder's garage, the dachshund replied. There's a path in the basement that leads us right there. The door was cracked when I came through it, but it closed behind me. Zuma jumped up, calling himself to action. That's our way out! She just said it's blocked from lack of power. Chase turned to him, then suddenly a realization hit his mind like a slamming of the brakes. He remembered back when he sent Rocky through the rain to investigate the fuse box, and came back with an interesting revelation. Wait, Rocky said the power was only gone from the tower, he pointed out. There's totally power down here. How else did the vent ceiling work? He turned back to Liberty. You should be able to open the doors. Why can't you? Everyone sat in silence, trying to comprehend the new information. If the basement was still powered, then why was Liberty blocked from leaving? Every answer they seemed to find only came with more questions. Shaking his head, Chase only cared about the here and now. Liberty's words weren't making any sense, and the shepherd was becoming weary of her presence. Alright, Arcline spy! He leaned into Liberty with flattened ears, slightly baring his teeth. What are you hiding from us? I'm not hiding anything, she countered him. Nothing you say checks out. Well, then I'm just as confused as you. Can we stop arguing? Zuma protested. That thing is actively looking for us! Rocky spoke up in a fearful voice. He's right. We can't stay here. Thinking for a moment, Chase was irritated by Liberty's infiltration, but knew there were other matters at hand. Growling faintly, he looked the small dog up and down. We had a power surge back there! Almost got me killed and freed the creature from our trap! You almost trapped it? Liberty recoiled in surprise. Yeah, almost did the ACG's entire job for them in an hour. Until everything messed up completely, the shepherd griped. The surge happened and undid everything! Liberty went wide-eyed. Oh. she trailed, contorting a little. That may have been my fault. What? Rocky exclaimed. What did you do? Now it was 3 dogs glaring daggers into Liberty, who was growing visibly tenser as she spoke. It seemed like she was one accusatory comment from turning tail and running as fast as she could. I thought if I overclocked the voltage, she said slowly, anxiously taking a step back, it would automatically restart the systems? A peal of nervous laughter left her, desperately trying to find common ground with the hostile animals around her. That works, right? Overload something, it resets? Shaking his head, Rocky spoke up as Chase was already beginning to bare his teeth. It wouldn't. Those doors are electric, sure, but spiking the voltage would just break them, not open them. Liberty was unable to respond as Chase crashed into her, pinning her to the floor. We had it locked down and you let it out! You almost got me killed! Get off me! She protested, trying to wrench her way out of his grasp, although he was leagues stronger than her. The shepherd was writhing, almost ready to tear the smaller dog to pieces. Marshall came to his side in a flash, putting his paws against his friend. Chase, stop! It's gonna hear us! At the Dalmatian's words, he felt himself slightly come back to his senses, but he was beyond angered that Liberty was responsible for their failures. Sighing, he removed his paws from the dachshund and released her, stepping aside so she could stand. After all we've been through, he muttered to her, everything that happened in the city, you didn't even write or call, and now this? Lowering her head, Liberty felt shame. I'm sorry. I'd like to help you all get out of here. Chase nodded, already regretting his outburst. He stepped aside as Rocky came forward, a question on his mind. You said you were hired by the labs Ferox Malice escaped from, the mix said slowly. By chance, is there anything you know about the monster that could help us? Like what? Liberty tilted her head. Like its genetic makeup or something? A way to kill it. It's afraid of fire, Zuma piped up. Everything on fucking Earth is afraid of fire. Chase flashed the lab a cold side-eye, and multiple glares were exchanged between them. Liberty thought for a moment, running the math in her head. Despite its lethality, the body itself is actually very vulnerable, she said to the group. It's all just exposed veins and organs after all. Yeah, but we can't fight that thing, Rocky argued. Not even all of us at once! We don't need to fight it. Zuma pushed past everyone and came to the center. I've been looking around since we came down here. It clearly reacted to the Molotov and blowtorch, so what if we created some kind of explosion? In the lookout? Chase recoiled at the thought. We can't just destroy our home! There are gas canisters all over the place. The lab pressed his idea, then turned to Liberty. Maybe not an explosion, but if we could create a fire big enough, would that kill it? The dachshund thought for a moment, trying to remember the data she read from the labs. It would have to be complete incineration, with no chance of it escaping. So basically, the fire would have to completely consume it. I'm talking full piles of ash. Great! Zuma wagged his tail, happy someone was finally agreeing with him. Let's go find gasoline and block some doors. No! Chase jumped in to face the lab, baring his teeth. Don't you remember the original plan? I need to get it in the boiler room! I thought that plan failed, Rocky asked, tilting his head. It never failed, the shepherd hissed. There's a radio in there to contact Captain Cyrus. Once I get it back, this place will be swarming with soldiers, and Ferox Malice will be disposed of. Chase? Liberty came to his side. It's not going to be that simple. What do you mean? The police officer faced her, raising an eyebrow. Because it's not just Ferox Malice that needs disposing of. Her voice quivered slightly, and a wave of fear went over her. There's something you need to see. The dogs had questions, but Liberty just shook her head and beckoned for them to follow. Rocky followed first with Marshall, although Chase and Zuma were still glaring daggers at one another. Their hostility was silently upsetting Liberty, as she remembered long ago how close they had been as friends. What in the world could be happening between them to break them apart? They were suppressing their words now, but it was easy to tell that the two were growing tenser by the minute. Ferox Malice had fled from the Molotov cocktail, disappearing into the dark corridors of the basement. The walls were nothing but old, peeling white paint with cords and wires dangling from the top, the floors expanding out with dirty black and white tiles. Every few moments, an echoing scream would bounce down the hallways, seemingly coming from nowhere. Marshall jumped at each one, and Chase would emit a low whine. The creature was regrouping, collecting itself elsewhere before it took to the hallways again, stalking down its prey. The group of 5 stopped at every corner, peeking around to make sure they wouldn't accidentally run head-on into danger. Even with Liberty as the newest addition, they were still powerless if Ferox Malice succeeded in hunting them down. So what are you showing us? Zuma whispered as the group got against the wall, moving in a single file. Liberty peered through the cracked door, scanning the dark corridor on the other side. All I can say is, do you know how long Ferox Malice has been in Adventure Bay? Chase spoke up, positioned behind the dachshund. I only learned about it a few days ago from Cyrus. My best guess is a few days. Try a week, she responded grimly, grimacing in disgust at what she was seeing through the doorway. An entire week? The shepherd exclaimed. What makes you say that? Shuddering, Liberty backed from the door, turning to her companions as she pointed her paw. Remember when I said there was something even worse in the basement? She was visibly shaking, a piece of her pleading for it all to be a dream. Go and see for yourself. There was a feeling of dread that washed over the group, a piercing lash of static that infested all 5 dogs at once. She had been addressing Chase, putting him in the position of walking through the door first and charging into whatever was behind it. Usually, the shepherd enjoyed being the one to take leadership, but now he wasn't feeling so sure, and yet he knew no one else would take charge. Putting every ounce of his willpower into moving, Chase began to walk into the valley of death. I'm going! Rocky suddenly pushed past the shepherd. Chase reared in horror, fearing the mix walking into his own demise. Rocky, wait! Let me... The eco-dog slowly turned his head, looking Chase directly in the eye. I'm going! His tone was sharp, enough to shut the shepherd up and close his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Rocky walked forward and went through, disappearing through the metal doorway. The 4 dogs listened intently, all frozen in place and fearing to utter even a single word. There were no screams yet, no roars from the creature, and eventually, Chase's anxiety completely took over. Rocky? He whispered, creeping his nose along the wall to the door, moving slowly. There was no response, and he couldn't take it anymore. Rocky, are you... Chase left the wall and passed under the doorway, following his friend inside. It was like walking into the depths of hell. The first thing he saw was Rocky, standing paralyzed in fear as he quivered in terror, eyes locked upward as he stared out. Chase was about to call his friend when a gruesome sight met his eyes, locking him in place as well. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before, not even anything a simple movie or book could come up with. For all he knew, he had just walked straight into another world. The walls were slathered in slime, glistening in a putrid light. Bulbous, flesh-like masses were growing out of the wall, leaching around the corridor and along the ceiling. It was like walking down a giant human throat. You couldn't even see the edges where the wall and ceiling met. All just wet, veiny red muscle mass that covered the surface. Translucent sludge dripped down from the ceiling, tapping at the slippery floor that was also undergoing a disgusting transformation. Taking a fearful step into the esophagus that the hallway had been turned into, Chase could barely get a word out. His paws splashed into the warm, sticky slime that was collecting on the tile, a repulsive stench of stomach acid hitting his nose. Tumor-like lumps were dotted around the walls in various sizes, like boils puffing up in one's throat. Most of the overhead lights were obscured, but a weak glow was able to pass through the biomass, providing only a tiny amount of lighting for the puppies to see their way in. What is... he stammered, darting his eyes as the nightmare unfolded before him. He came to Rocky's side, who still hadn't moved. What the hell is all this? What happened down here? Liberty followed in behind him, her face stained with discomfort as she entered the vile corridor. It's a hive. This is what Ferox Malice has been doing for the last week or so. Zuma and Marshall entered after her, the lab immediately grabbing the Dalmatian and holding him close at the horrible sight before them. Slowly turning around, Chase could feel his sanity breaking. A hive? He repeated in disbelief. That thing has been nesting down here right under our noses? What is all this? Zuma gagged from the stench. How did it even build all this? I don't know. Liberty confessed, covering her mouth as she was seconds from throwing up. The Arcline Foundation didn't mention any behavior even remotely similar to this. This is something new. Quaking inside, Chase stared down the pulsating cavern. We have to go down here, don't we? This is the way to Ryder's garage. I'm going to assume it didn't always look like this. The dachshund hesitantly continued forward. Let's just keep going. With great persuasion, Zuma carefully led Marshall along the terrifying pathway, each step producing a sickening noise as it pressed into the slime below. Every few feet, they passed a new monstrosity to molest their eyes and mind. It wasn't just one room. The horror continued and expanded, transforming the entire other side of the basement into what could only be called Ferox Malice's personal hive. Deep into the dark wasteland, they came to an intersection, but the left and right paths were completely blocked. Thick, tendon-like strings stretched from the floor to the ceiling, forming a tough barricade barring off passage to the new paths and forcing the route to remain one way. As they passed by, the sting started vibrating for a few seconds, producing a low, layered hum that echoed throughout the living corridors. I hate this. Rocky nervously paced, flinching as clear slime dripped on his back. Liberty, talk to me, Chase called to the front of the line. Where are we going? The small dog took a moment to respond, over-encumbered by her slowly slipping sanity. I remembered coming into a series of rooms, one of which had the electric systems where I caused the surge. If we're going to find out why the door is sealed, we have to get there first. If we end up actually getting into the garage, I could find a dielectric driver, Rocky inquired, breathing heavily. Then I could fix the breakers, and you could get into the boiler room. Marshall, Chase called behind him. How are you doing back there? Talk to me. Walking as if he were automated, the Dalmatian spoke with a broken voice. He hadn't yet stopped staring at the ground. Chase, I really don't want to talk right now. Looking up from the group, Zuma's eyes briefly centered on the sticky white boils that grew from the wall. With morbid curiosity, he approached the sack, a wet smell he couldn't describe foaming up his nose. Despite every instinct telling him to back away, there was something drawing him towards it. It was massive in size, significantly bigger than the Labrador. Stopping before, Zuma squinted his eyes and stared into the pus-filled tumor, searching for any answer to his sea of questions.
I can see things moving in the walls,
Marshall breathed.
What?
Chase fearfully glanced around, panicked that something was looming over them.
Like worms.
The Dalmatian looked up at the ceiling.
And a lot of other things.
I'm pretty sure those are just normal bugs, Liberty inquired, probably attracted to the hive's atmosphere. Her words did little to calm him, as Marshall worriedly glanced back at the wall. Only a thin layer of bloodied muscle separated him from the creatures infesting the walls. The worms moved unnaturally, squirming through the blood and fluid to meet Marshall's gaze. A lingering cloud of uncertainty came over the firefighter, a feeling he didn't yet understand until his mind clicked. He had seen these worms before recently. He remembered the vacation day back at the lake, when he had kicked a worm off his leg back into the water. It wasn't the same worm, was it? He couldn't place the memory. It was all too foggy for him to remember clearly. The squirming tubes danced like veins, writhing their cylindrical bodies before him. It almost felt like the worms were looking right back at him, a revelation that sent a shock down his spine. These were certainly not normal bugs.
Guys!
Zuma jumps back.
There's a person floating in here!
Everyone turned around at once to see the lab recoiling in terror. Before they could say anything, Zuma swiped forward with his dull claws, tearing into the boil. The attack produced a slit in the skin-like casing, then suddenly popped open as liquid flooded out, causing the dogs to rear back in disgust. The casing deflated as it was emptied, and a human woman fell out, landing on her side. Marshall wanted to scream, Chase wanted to howl, and they all were a hair's length from exploding in an uproar of terror. But they couldn't. As much as they wanted to scream, they simply couldn't be at risk of alerting the creature to their location. Wait a minute. Chase narrowed his eyes, walking past Rocky and stepping into the puddle of emptied pus.
I think I recognize her.
You do? Liberty tilted her head. Lowering his head for a closer look, Chase surveyed the corpse. The woman wasn't mangled, but it was obvious her bones had been broken. A few days ago, we got a call for a missing woman and her pet, he explained. We arrived on the scene, but then the ACG appeared and interrupted us. We never finished the mission. He grimaced, realizing he just solved the case. Well, here she is. A haunting revelation hit the dogs. Every single boil they passed, every writhing sack that grew from the wall, served a purpose. Each and every one had a victim, be it human or animal, housed inside it. Chase begged for it not to be true, but he approached another bulbous sack sitting off to the right. He could clearly see the silhouette of a dog floating inside.
But why is it taking people?
Zuma asked in disbelief.
I thought it just killed things and ate them.
Overhearing the conversation, Liberty walked ahead, not wanting to stare at the body any longer. As she trudged through the slime, which was starting to rise in elevation, she stopped when she spotted something obscured in the darkness. Desperate for anything that would classify as a sample, as Liberty was itching to escape the hellhole she was walking through, she made haste to the object. Perhaps they were some kind of waste? Did Ferox Malice even produce waste to begin with? She thought it was just another boil as she approached it, but as her eyes focused on it, she realized it was something completely new. It was an oval-shaped pod, sitting quietly in the peaceful darkness. It was small, not much bigger than her. It was covered in veins and multiple layers of biomass. As Liberty hesitantly pressed her paw to it, she found it was warm to the touch. Reluctantly moving her ear to it, she could hear faint sounds inside it, sounds she couldn't describe. It was like gurgling, so quiet and low she could barely make out it was there. Looking around the pod, she realized it wasn't just one. An entire second pod was sitting on its side nearby, and a third was not even 2 feet away. As the dogs behind her cried to one another in distress, Liberty walked further down the passage and stopped when she came to a distressing sight. The path continued, but all along the walls, dozens of pods had been laid. There were clusters of them everywhere. Some were gently floating in the sludge while others sat on top of others. Her eyes went wide as a terrifying revelation hit her, and at that moment, all courage within her died away. You mean to tell me every single one of those sacks we passed had someone inside it? Rocky recoiled. How many people are down here? No idea. Chase shook his head. But I don't understand why it would just take people. Why store them all down here? Liberty emerged behind them, her face gone pale. Food, she said simply. They're meant to be food. But why? Zuma looked at her. Why not just eat them then and there? Because it's food for something else, she replied, her voice shaking. It's for the offspring. She shakily turned and pointed at the pod she had found, now extremely fearful of their presence. It's laying eggs. It was deeply unsettling to realize the end of all humanity was sleeping in a tiny, harmless little egg. As the dogs traveled further into Farok's malice nest, a writhing ecosystem of fear and nightmares, they uncovered a secret that shook them all to the core. The monster was producing offspring, laying dozens of its eggs in the dark corners of its hive. One creature alone was able to cause enough damage that military intervention was required. Several of them at once would mean catastrophe for the human race. Scanning his eyes along the fleshy capsules, Rocky emitted a low whine. I've counted at least 50. Zuma gazed into an egg, peering through its glossy, soft exterior. So, does this mean the creature's a female? I guess, Liberty said, uncertainty clouding her voice as she stood before the horrifying scene. It's not supposed to be! She shook her head in panic, trying to process the situation. It can't lay eggs! It was deliberately engineered not to! Engineered? Rocky looked up, tilting his head. Genetically, she explained. One of the first things they did too. They didn't want this. She pointed her paw at an egg. They knew it multiplying would be a disaster. There's a lot of science stuff involved. So the short explanation is, it can't lay eggs. But they're right here. Chase came to her side, staring into her avoiding gaze. What else do you call this? The dachshund sighed, shaking her head in defeat. I don't know. I don't know how to explain any of this. Everything that I know is what they told me. The group was stewing in discomfort. Liberty was visibly beginning to break down. The shepherd beside her tried to calm her down, usually a gesture of comfort, but there was a distinct lack of care in his move. The police dog, once a great leader, was so sure the static in his head was gone. But there were times he wasn't so sure. Zuma could see it all, watching his old friend, narrowing his eyes as he analyzed the shepherd's movement. "Rocky?" The lab slowly walked over to the mix, speaking in a low voice. "Can I talk to you, like, over there?" He pointed his brown paw to a far corner of the living hallway, a faint sense of urgency in his voice. The mix turned away from the small egg he was investigating, finding the odd hum that emitted from it strangely alluring. Marshall was still slightly clinging to him. Even with all four paws occupied, he still made an effort to wrap his tail around at Rocky's leg. The Dalmatian was nearly paralyzed by every sight that met his eyes, and he seriously doubted whether or not he'd ever get sleep again. "What is it?" Rocky had to tug his leg from Marshall's grasp, walking with Zuma into a dark corner. The mix was caught off guard as Zuma suddenly got against the wall, motioning for his friend to get closer. Glancing to the side in case someone was listening, the lab spoke in a hushed voice. "Keep your voice down." Rocky leaned his head in. "Why are we whispering?" The lab snuck another look back at the group, making sure they weren't being watched. "Well, besides the fact that I'm pretty sure that creature is skulking around the nest as we speak, Chase isn't exactly being quiet." He narrowed his eyes. "I noticed you've been a little..." Rocky trailed off, wincing as he tried to find the words. The Coast Guard immediately caught on to his friend's tone. "A what? I've been what?" he said with a growl. "Hostile?" Zuma raised an eyebrow at the word, slightly baring his teeth. "And why do you think I've been hostile?" "I don't know," the mix said defensively. "We're trapped in hell down here. My paws are soaked in God knows what. You think I have time to think about anything?" He shook his gray head. "What's so important to talk about that we have to whisper?" Having seen horrid things, the deaths of two beloved friends, and the animal to end all animals rising in their front yard, Zuma was forced to put aside his thoughts and follow the team. It wasn't until now that he finally found someone he could talk to, someone he could share his true suspicions. "I'm not an idiot, Rocky," Zuma muttered, "but Chase seems to think I am." He thought back to hours before Farrak's malice emerged when he met the shepherd in the rain desiring answers. He knew something was off, and he certainly knew he was being lied to. "He thinks he's controlling us," the lab hissed. "He thinks we're going to follow everything he says because he wears the shiny badge." "Zuma, what are you saying?" "I'm saying Chase is lying about Sky," the lab insisted. "He had to have been. I've been watching him, Rocky. I've been reading his movements, his eyes. I've been seeing it all." He took a breath, lowering his tone to not come off as insane. "He said he knew she was infected, but she wasn't. Then he lied to all of us and tried to pretend she was." His attention now piked. Rocky leaned in a little further. "What makes you think that?" he asked, bewildered at the information being thrown at him. "He's been doing nothing but trying to help us." "Of course he is," the lab insisted. "That asshole is a pathological liar. He lies perfectly, building a realistic scenario that we can buy into, and eventually he starts believing his own words. Liberty said the creature doesn't jump bodies, and if it did, it would leave a hell of a mess behind. If it was Sky, Farrak's malice would have either emerged in the lookout at the very moment or killed Chase when he was alone with the body." "Zuma, The mix looked to the mushy floor. "Do you honestly think Chase would murder her?" I don't think it was supposed to be murder," he confessed, looking to the side with a hint of sympathy for his police friend. "But he bet our lives on blind chance, and then lied when he guessed wrong." Flexing his paws, Zuma felt malice come over him.
I can't stand idly by, knowing he may have done this and won't admit it. I swear, I secretly hoped he would have died in those vents. What? Rocky exclaimed, his voice beginning to rise. Why would you want that? He's becoming a danger to us, Rocky. Remember how he nearly pulled the gun on me just because I learned to talk normally? What else is he going to convince himself into doing under the guise of it being the right thing? He let out a sigh. I don't even know what the right thing is anymore. But I do know one thing. We need to kill the monster. Of course we do. The mix ruffled his fur. But it's practically invincible. No, it isn't. Zuma held his gaze. You saw it retreat when Liberty threw that flaming bottle. It was hurt, Rocky. It's afraid of fire because, like all living things, fire will kill it. So what are you proposing? I've been spotting gasoline canisters all over the basement. Zuma put a paw to his chin, remembering the metal containers he found in the corners of rooms. My guess is they're meant for our vehicles and just were never recovered from down here. If we can flood those around the basement, turn this whole place into a flaming inferno, it'll kill Farok's malice and destroy its eggs. But that'll destroy the lookout, won't it? Rocky whined. Of course it will, he growled, biting back a retort. But would you rather have this tower over our lives? Lowering his head, Rocky wanted to argue, but knew he couldn't. The lookout was a prized piece that made them who they were, a landmark one could see and recognize as the home base for the Paw Patrol. To destroy it would shatter a part of their very soul, but it was arguable that the deaths of Rubble and Sky had already done so. All right, the mix sighed, then nodded. But why are we being secretive about this? Because if Chase finds out, he'll try to stop us. Zuma narrowed his eyes, briefly gazing back at the shepherd who was still griping with Liberty. Who knows, the very thought of one of us acting on free will seems to agitate him. He likes being the one in control, and the idea of destroying the lookout could make him kill us too. He turned back to his friend. I'll let Liberty in on this, but don't tell Marshall. He'll certainly spill it to Chase. For now, just keep quiet and follow my lead. Satisfied with his speech, the Labrador licked his paw for a moment and slicked his fur down. Keeping his tail high, Zuma proudly began to walk back when a gray paw stopped him. Narrowing his expression in confusion, Zuma turned back to his friend with a questioning look. What? Zuma? Rocky said, hesitating as he tried to find the words. His vision trailed along the floor for a moment, discomfort staining his face. Please? He looked up at the lab, sorrow in his brown eyes. Please don't do anything rash. The Labrador gave him an odd look. Rash? What are you talking about? I'm trying to save us all here. I know you are. You've made that clear. Rocky still kept his paw on Zuma's chest, blocking him from moving. But just please. A wince shot across his face, fighting his tongue to spit the words. Look, we lost Sky, and we lost Rubble. Painful emotion filled his eyes, his ears lowered. I don't want to lose you too. You won't, Zuma said awkwardly. Come on, let's go. He placed his own paw on Rocky's and pushed it off his chest. The lab sharply turned and walked back to the group as Rocky followed behind with a concerned expression. As the two dogs returned to the group, they came across Chase carrying an egg on his back, an action that caused Marshall to immediately back up 6 feet away from him. They had already continued walking through the disgusting hallway, their horrific sightseeing finished. Zuma was already leering at the shepherd, although he hated the thought of being hostile to him. At heart, it pained Zuma greatly to go behind Chase's back, but he wasn't sure if he knew the shepherd anymore. Put that thing down before it breaks all over you! Liberty looked back, quietly snapping at the shepherd behind her. Fine.
Chase lowered his haunches for a moment, letting the egg roll off into a puddle of goo.
But I thought you wanted something to take home to the Arcline Foundation. It's absorbing living creatures, right? Rocky piped up. What if it consumed something that makes eggs and somehow inherited the trait?
Like a frog? Chase narrowed his eyes.
But even frogs need a mate before they lay eggs. Are you saying it somehow inseminated itself?
Zuma met Chase's words, quickly challenging them with his own.
All this assuming it can inherit generic traits to begin with. Or it could be evolving,
Liberty added as she walked, turning her head as Zuma ran up beside her, pushing past Chase.
It's still a living creature, she added. I'm not surprised if its own body is trying to restore what we engineered out. That's just kind of how nature works. Are you happy with yourself?
Chase flattened his ears as he caught up to the group, his voice leering with sass.
Your foundation and their fucking experiments? Bet you're getting some really nice numbers and field data from all this. Don't mind all the people dying.
Liberty whipped around, meeting him with bared teeth.
I didn't want this, and neither did they, she shot back. Sure, they're opportunistic, but we didn't just decide to let out that thing.
Hey, I think we're nearing an intersection here. Marshall pointed his spotted paw out. At least, I think. With the walls slathered in gummy, wet biomass sludge, it was nearly impossible to make out any kind of door or window behind it. As the 5 dogs walked into the intersection, the walls transitioned into a flaky, darker shade of red, black grime bleeding from millions of tiny holes in the walls. It had the texture of almost a sponge if it was left to soak for years in a dirty bucket of mold and rancid water. Every hole seemed to be pulsating as if it was alive and hungry for whatever it called a meal.
I'm going to throw up,
Marshall said, placing a paw on the spongy surface that coated the ground. Rocky let a chuckle slip. Wouldn't be too far from what's already on the floor. The front path ended in what appeared to be a wall of brown hair-like vines that tangled down from the ceiling. Rocky pushed himself through it and found a thin wall of what appeared to be dried bodily fluid, hardening mid-drip and forming a barrier that closed off whatever path was behind it. Although the organic wall seemed solid, it was incredibly brittle, as the mix noted small pieces of its lower section that had broken off.
I think there's supposed to be a path here.
He turned back to the group.
But whatever this is,
he motioned with his paw at the disgusting barrier,
is blocking it. We could probably break through it.
Not with our bare paws, Zuma said as he walked off to the right. Chase approached the left path, in odd eagerness to stay away from Liberty that he couldn't explain. The left hallway wasn't as mangled as he assumed it would be, with only a few eggs laying around and the usual sight of gore plastered on every surface. Taking a few sniffs of the air, he could faintly catch the scent of motor oil. The entrance to Ryder's garage, it had to be through there. On the right side was a large archway that gave access to an entirely new corridor that wasn't blocked. Zuma hesitated as he took a step down it. However, the tunnel took a horrific form. The faint flickers from the overhead lights, weak little light bulbs that struggled to push their warm glow through the flesh and muscle that had grown over them, were illuminating what he thought was metal scattered all around the hallway. Squinting his eyes, the puppy quickly took a step back at the realization that it wasn't metal at all. It was bone. Several small bone growths had sprouted in the hallway like a festering pathogen. The walls, ceiling, and even the floor were not spared. It was like the corridor had teeth, hundreds of them, all waiting for whatever was foolish enough to walk in.
Is this still our basement?
Zuma whipped around, his face stricken with fear.
Indeed,
came Liberty's exasperated reply.
But whatever Ferox Malice is spreading down here, it's completely out of control. It's like a whole living thing is growing in here. Marshall gagged as he approached the tangled jungle of hairs Rocky had addressed. The basement may as well be a living thing now. Well, that does mean one thing. Zuma gulped, turning back to the teeth-filled hallway. We gotta get through all this if we're going to escape. This has to lead somewhere. He made haste over to the wall beside the archway, trying to look past the dried matter and veins for any semblance of the actual wall underneath. You're not actually going down there, are you? Came the fearful squeak of a Dalmatian. We have to go somewhere, Chase pointed out. I think Ryder's garage is down here. Let's take this way. Zuma nearly jumped at the chance to shoot down the shepherd. Or we could walk down here instead. A hallway full of teeth? Are you insane? You don't know what's down there, the lab fired back. And just because it's gone to hell down here doesn't mean the rooms themselves had changed. We could actually find something we need. Marshall joined the debate. But Ferox Malice is still hunting us, he whimpered, running toward Chase. I want out of here, and if this is the way to go, it's where I'll be. Zuma growled at his friend's attempts to hijack control, a snarl almost escaping him. The dachshund standing in the middle quickly took heed of the growing hostility among the dogs and jumped in to break it up. We'll go as groups. How about that? We find what we can and meet back in the middle. But we don't have any way of talking to one another, Chase said, lowering his ears slightly. The storm killed the connection in our collars, and those other ones we had broke back in the vents. How did it do that exactly? Rocky chipped in. Storms don't just turn off closed connections. Zuma rolled his eyes, growing tired of the chaos. I'm just as lost as you, dude. Groups it is, then. Chase let his tail wag a little. Marshall can come with me. Zuma and Rocky can— Oh no, 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 no! He was cut off as the Labrador suddenly came over from the other side of the room. I'll take Marshall. You can have Rocky. Not in a million years was he going to allow Chase to be alone with Marshall. He would take whatever measure he needed to prevent it. The Dalmatian was to be protected at all costs, both from Ferox Malice and whatever Chase was turning into. Although Marshall was giving him a weird look, he shrugged and went along with it, hastily making his way over to Zuma. Chase couldn't hide his bristled fur. If his paws weren't covered in bodily muck, everyone would see his claws flexing. Still, he held his tongue, for now. He was still trying to get a read on what Zuma's game was. The lab was gleaming in satisfaction as his spotted friend took his side, while Rocky went over to his police friend. What if it spots us? The mix openly worried. What chance would we have? All you can do is hide. Liberty chose to walk with Chase's group, and pray to God it doesn't smell you. As the Paw Patrol disbanded into their select groups, traveling down separate paths each seeking a goal, the creature had returned to where it suffered the piercing pain of fire. It was angry, furious that the prey bit back. It could hear the call of its young. Even from deep within its eggs, they emitted fearful weeps of unwelcome dogs straying into the nest. Snarling in rage, it roared out and swiped its claws into a door. The wood held, but just barely, as the sharp appendages shredded through and sent shrapnel flying. Screeching out, the creature swiped again, this time completely destroying the obstacle before it. Lowering to all fours, it scampered into the darkness, charging back to its hive. Why the hell would he not let me take Marshall? Chase wondered aloud as they walked. What's even the problem? Beside him, Rocky was watching his friend closely, seemingly as if he was scanning for something amiss. I think you're reading too much into that. He tried to defuse the shepherd. Give Zuma a break. We're all seeing crazy shit today, and some take it differently.
The officer rolled his eyes. Well, I'm the leader here, and he can't... A loud thunk of pounding sheet metal echoed throughout the ceiling, causing all 3 dogs to stop at once. The sound of claws dragging across the interior of a vent tore into their ears. "Oh God," Liberty paled, backing up as her voice went low. Frantically, she looked around for something to wedge under or behind, but to her silent dismay, she saw nothing but the biomass that plagued the corridors. Rocky flattened himself against the wall. "Where do we hide?" Static churned in Chase's mind, an odd reoccurring effect he was beginning to notice. The presence of the monster brought confusion and anxiety directly into the minds of those before it, forcing the shepherd to shake his head at the noise before he fainted. Thinking quickly, Chase grabbed Liberty, resulting in a surprising yip coming from the dachshund, and nearly tossed her to Rocky. With both dogs against the wall, the shepherd jumped up and lashed his teeth into the veins that glided along the fleshy gore, already flooding his mouth with a rotten, murky taste as he yanked the veins down. The entire portion of biomass quickly collapsed, splatting on top of the mix and dachshund, completely obscuring them from view. Resisting the urge to retch from the foul mess in his mouth, Chase searched quickly for anywhere he could hide. A thump could be heard from above, as the gore had likely grown over the vent entrance and barred Farrak's malice from entering. Undeterred, the creature slithered out its tentacles and stabbed them through the fleshy blockade. The shepherd flinched as he darted his gaze upward, witnessing the tentacles dance through and grip the small hole it had created, the creature snarling as it stretched open the passageway, providing a way inside. Slowly falling into a panic, Chase knew he had mere seconds. His eyes fell upon a pile of eggs sitting against the darker side of the corridor. Acting purely on impulse, the puppy sprinted over to the egg and sunk his teeth into it, puncturing the smooth, warm sack and tearing it open. Murky, amber-colored liquid spilled out and splashed into his face, and a small body floated out from the sack. The infant was merely an oversized worm, yet it wriggled as its underdeveloped body was exposed to the air. A squeak escaped the lump before the baby went limp. Chase grabbed the now empty egg sack, gagged over the stench, and pulled it over himself like a bag. Farrak's malice wedged its head through, hanging upside down on the ceiling as it slowly dropped in. It twirled its body in midair, angling its arms at the ground as the rest of its body fell into the room. It was almost graceful, a fluid display of movement from the perfect animal. It took great pride in its nest, bleeding out infection from its body simply by being there. The only fur-covered part of its body, the shredded dogskin mask it sadistically donned, was now stained red and was rotting as the flesh had begun to wither away. It turned around in place, observing its environment as it smelled anything foreign. Underneath his egg sac, Chase shivered in place. Hot albumin fluid was dripping down from the inside, clouding his nose and forcing him to twitch his ears to keep anything from leaking in them. He didn't dare move, as he couldn't see where the creature was looking. A single twitch of the muscle could alert it, and a sinking feeling told the shepherd it wouldn't be happy about one of its babies being prematurely killed. His heart nearly stopped when Farrak's malice leaned down and nosed his egg, tapping its mangled muzzle into its side. He didn't know if it had seen the forced-born infant, but judging from the snapping roar Farrak's malice lashed at the egg, he knew it probably had a general idea. Rocky had to keep his paw over his muzzle to keep himself from screaming. Despite being buried in blood and gore, a small slit gave him a window to peek out. He witnessed Farrak's malice investigate each egg, passing over Chase's disguise. The smell of the broken eggs and the room itself was possibly smothering their own scents, leaving the creature unable to sniff them out. Rocky watched it lean up, gazing off in the distance for a moment when it turned and walked away from the eggs. He thought the coast was clear when it suddenly stops moving, standing aimlessly in the middle of the hallway. It suddenly lowered its haunches, squatting its rear down, and a hiss filled the air. Flicking its bony tail out of the way, its lower organs began to rearrange themselves, folding and contorting over others. A long red tube extended out from below the base of the tail, reaching almost to the ground. The creature quivered for a moment, and then an egg was squeezed out, rolling along the floor for a millisecond before coming to a stop. Standing up straight again, Ferox Malice stumbled as if it was in mild pain, then retracted the tube and reset its organs to their usual position. Flattening its ears and screeching into the darkness, a declaration of its young, the creature charged off at terrifying speed, hunting down the dogs it sought to tear apart. Rocky and Liberty slowly pulled themselves free from the pile they were hiding under, both of them now sporting blood-stained fur. It would never wash out, and Rocky's gray coat was in danger of being permanently stained. Liberty tried to shake herself off as Rocky went to peel Chase from his egg prison. "You okay?" Zuma looked at the Dalmatian, his eyes filled with worry. The dogs were traveling down the mouth of terror, literally in a corridor lined with ingrown teeth. How in the world they were able to grow in was anyone's guess. Ferox Malice's own twisted biology was leaching into the lookout, transforming it into an entirely new living being. The biomass would consume the entire tower if something wasn't done soon. "No, far from it," Marshall sighed, climbing over a bloody tooth. I hate this. I hate all of this." "I don't blame you." "I'll take Foggy Bottom. I'll take Mayor Humdinger. I'll take anything over this." The Dalmatian shook his head. "I'll face every fear in the phobia lexicon over being in a place like this." He quivered, glancing at the perverted dental artwork that surrounded them in the dark. "So, why didn't you let me go with Chase?" Hesitating briefly, the Labrador wondered whether or not he should let Marshall in on the plan to turn the basement into an incinerator. It would be irrational not to, but it would lead to the other half of the secret. Zuma wasn't fully aware if Chase was a lost cause or not. A part of him prayed he wasn't, but another part was ready to throw the cop into the flames if it meant saving everyone else. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay," Zuma lied, although it wasn't entirely untruthful. "Chase can be intense. He usually leaves a trail of chaos behind him. I thought you probably could have used a break from all that." Despite the horrors that covered his paws in goo and stained his fur red, Marshall managed to let a small smile peel onto his face. "Thanks, Zuma. I'm glad we have you." The lab whispered his reply so his partner couldn't hear. "I swear, you guys need me." The hallway began to narrow around them as they continued walking. The biomass infection was so severe in this sector that it was beginning to overgrow itself. Just walking down it was becoming a tight squeeze as unidentifiable fluid, fleshy pink matter, and loose hairs sticking out glided over their backs. Marshall swore he saw a long bulbous slit in the wall that could have been a closed eye. Neither of them stuck around long enough to see if it actually was. After a few minutes, a faint, low gurgling noise vibrated throughout the area. Zuma assumed it was just the air conditioning struggling to work around the infection that clogged the vents, but Marshall's mind was only further convinced that the ground they walked on was alive. Eventually, they came to the end of the hallway, but it was only an end as far as they could tell, as they couldn't find anything that symbolized a continuing path. "A dead end," Marshall whimpered as they approached a large cluster of boils and flesh. "Chase was right." Zuma wasn't so sure.
The Labrador took a few steps closer and sniffed the amalgamation of gore. It couldn't be the end. A reasonable person didn't build a whole hallway that led to nothing. There had to be something behind it. "Don't be so quick to assume that Chase is always in the right," he quipped, trying to get the point across to Marshall. "He tends to overlook things." Reaching his paws in, he wedged a passageway open and pushed his head through. It was severely uncomfortable to enter, and he feared his own ribs would be crushed as the biomass pressed onto him at all sides. His movement speed was forced to the crease, pushing farther and farther through dark, tougher mass. He was relentless, and finally reached his paw out and pushed aside the flesh and veins as far as he could ahead of him. Light flooded over his face, bleeding in from a tiny exit opening he was just barely able to reach. "Hey, Marshall," he called behind him. "Still here." The Dalmatian kept his distance. "Are you okay in there? It's kinda closing in around you." "You're gonna hate this, but you gotta follow me in here." "What?" "There's a room behind here," Zuma struggled to say, physically unable to turn around his body. "Just trust me! Keep pushing forward and don't stop moving!" I... Marshall tried to reach a paw forward, flicking his eyes over the mass of gore he was supposed to climb into. "I don't know about this!" His breathing quickened, his heartbeat increasing with every step closer he took. The sound of a screeching roar echoed behind him, bouncing off the walls from far back and finally hitting the Dalmatian. The threat was incoming, making Marshall immediately bite his tongue and wince. Taking a deep breath, the puppy forced himself to move forward and wedge his muzzle into the cold, soggy muscle. Zuma managed to birth himself from the mass, falling into a large room of tables and computers. It seemed to be some tech room, and the infection, although crawling along the floor, hadn't yet fully consumed everything in the area. Some metal cabinets lined the walls, their metal doors concealing whatever secret lay within them. Turning around, he reached his brown paw back into the red cavern, and he felt Marshall's nose blindly smack against it. A muffled scream emitted as the Dalmatian mistook the paw for an attacker. After a few seconds, Marshall finally grabbed Zuma's paw and was pulled free. Marshall tumbled into the room clumsily, his white fur slathered in the bloody red. Thanks." It was obvious he was biting back tears and trying to hold his panic within. "Where are we?" "Not sure." Zuma looked back at the room, surveying an old wooden desk with a broken laptop sitting on it. The metal folding chair that was probably supposed to accompany it was tossed aside. He left Marshall and walked over to the cabinets, clicking the first one open with his paw. There was nothing noteworthy inside, save for some loose papers and pins missing their caps. Unsatisfied, the lab went to the second, and was surprised when he found a box full of pup tags. "What the?" He picked one up and held it up. The small tag didn't have its logo glued on yet. It was merely a gray badge with a small dangling loop to be attached to a collar. There had to have been at least a dozen in the box, and Zuma realized this was probably where they were made and programmed. Shrugging to himself, he tossed the tag back in the box and shut the door. "Find anything?" Marshall asked, trying to jump up on the desks. "Not yet." The lab walked to a third door and opened it. Inside the cabinet was a small rectangular device. It looked like a walkie-talkie, but 7 antennas were reaching out of the top, and no sign of a microphone or speaker. He narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out what the technology was as he turned it around in his paws. Turning it to the side, Zuma spotted a metal switch and a blinking green light. Curious, the lab slowly moved his paw onto the switch, and after a few seconds of thinking, flicked to the other side. The green light turned off. Suddenly, a low beeping noise could be heard coming from his collar. Zuma blinked in confusion as he dropped the device and moved a paw to his neck, trying to feel the metal tag for anything wrong.
The beeping lasted only 2 seconds, then went quiet.
What the hell was that?
He asked, tapping the collar.
What was what?
Rocky's voice suddenly came through it.
I don't know.
Zuma frowned.
My collar just made a noise and...
The lab stopped in his tracks, freezing on the spot. Marshall had also stopped in surprise, whipping around as he heard the conversation. The Coast Guard had to stifle his breathing for a moment as he physically shook, then spoke again.
Rocky! Our collars are working again!
They are?
Chase spoke into his radio.
What the fuck? What happened?
We can talk to each other again!
Marshall jumped in joy, elated that communication was restored.
But how?
Rocky continued.
Our collars were beeping for a second, then they just... turned on.
Struggling to understand what had happened, Zuma turned back to the odd device he dropped to the floor. He leaned down and sniffed it for a moment, and a sinking feeling hit him as he realized the object's significance. Marshall was wagging his now red tail.
How are you guys doing over there?
Just peachy. Thanks for asking.
Chase hissed into his mic, sarcasm bleeding from his voice.
What about you?
The lab stood up straight, hundreds of thoughts running through his head. He knew what the device was, and revealing it only caused more questions than answers, casting them further into the dark rabbit hole than he preferred to be.
We were jammed, he said, shaking his head. I found this thing hidden in a tech room. I shut it off, and suddenly we can magically talk again.
Liberty's voice was heard from Rocky's line.
Maybe the storm stopped?
No, Liberty, the lab growled.
We were jammed on purpose. Someone planted this thing here to cut off our communications.
Who the hell would do that?
Said the police officer, snarling.
Who would even have the chance to do that?
No idea, Zuma said, exhaling in annoyance. It wasn't any of us, that's for sure. Still rambling away in his delusions, Chase grumbled into his radio.
If someone had snuck down here, I would have caught them!
Well, you didn't fucking catch Liberty, did you, Chase?
The lab bit back.
And she was here for a significant amount of time before she was locked in the basement.
Okay,
Rocky said.
I think Liberty has some questions to answer then.
He hissed those last words, possibly from turning his glaring gaze to the dachshund. Chase went quiet, resisting the urge to shoot back an insult.
What if it wasn't her?
Marshall came over to his friend.
What if it was the ACG? That wouldn't make sense, given how much they're already trying to help us, according to Chase.
The lab bit yet another jab at the Shepherd's act of keeping his alignment with the military party from them.
Well, besides Liberty, who else could have planted it?
Rocky came through again. Zuma narrowed his eyes, looking to the floor as he tried to think of a culprit. One name had already hit his mind, but he was fighting himself to keep it down. It hurt him to think it, stabbed into his heart to even fathom one of the worst betrayals he could imagine. Sighing in defeat, he listened to his friends argue for a moment, before simply uttering the name.
Ryder.
You bitch! Ah! A sharp obscenity was screamed in the air as Chase went on the attack. Liberty was grabbed and forcefully slammed into the fleshy wall, causing a splash of goo with a sickening squelching sound. Rocky stared in horror at the domestic exchange, his movements frozen as fear spread across his face.
Chase, calm down!
Zuma snapped through his collar. If the lab was physically there, he probably had a chance at stopping the attack. But here he was, merely words on deaf ears. The Shepherd was spiraling out of control. Already was he haunted by the terrible act he committed just several hours ago, but now dropped into a dark hell of organic corruption free to defile what remaining hope he had. Learning that Ryder could have played a role in all the chaos was the straw that broke the camel's back. Even then, Chase refused to accept it, instead shifting his attention to something else. Choked out the dachshund as she hit the wall.
What are you?
Chase snarled at her, keeping his strong paws firmly pinned into her body.
What have you done? Tell me now!
He bared his teeth and emitted a fierce snarl, almost ready to tear Liberty to pieces. He hated it. He hated her. He hated the infection. He hated the monster. He hated everything he was being forced to hate, and it sparked a deadly rage within him. And yet, he hated nothing more than himself, and somehow that made him the angriest of all.
I didn't do anything!
Liberty pleaded, trying to wrench free.
I've already told you why I was here! Bullshit!
The shepherd refused to listen.
Everything you say is bullshit!
Rocky raced over in a desperate attempt to defuse the situation.
Chase!
He put his paws on his friend's shoulder in an attempt to get through to him. Groaning in pain as she was pinned against the living surface, Liberty searched for any meaning left in the shepherd's eyes.
What happened to you? Do I really have to answer that? Is it not obvious? No, answer me!
Liberty returned a hostile stare.
Everyone is on edge, sure, but you have changed!
She was well accustomed to reading others, picking up on behaviors and mannerisms no one else could.
You aren't the police dog I met in Adventure City!
Liberty, stop! Rocky pleaded for her to cease talking, knowing it would anger Chase even more. She defied the words, going all in as she met Chase's gaze with a smug look.
You know, they say in moments of danger, do you find out what kind of people your friends are?
She grinned, now unfazed as her body remained locked against the surface.
How can you even say that?
Chase said, appalled.
We all witnessed that thing rip out of rubble and lay waste to the courtyard. Of course we've changed. But there's something else, isn't it?
Liberty laughed.
Marshall and Rocky seem just like I remember them.
Now it was Rocky's turn to be offended.
What?
The dachshund brushed off the comment.
Why you, Chase? Why are you different? What happened to you?
She leaned in, staring directly into Chase's seething pupils. To do this was risking her life, as one wrong comment could send the shepherd into a frenzy and kill her. To think that Chase was capable of killing someone was a haunting thought, but something told Liberty that it wasn't far off from the truth.
I told the truth, didn't I? Now you tell me yours.
Berserk screams played a storm in Chase's head. The static that clouded his mind still remained, only now it was beginning to take form. It twisted and turned its noise into words, issuing commands that Chase hadn't yet obeyed. They were getting louder, however, and the noise was slowly pulling the puppy into suffering and distress. It looked like he was thinking. The shepherd's eyes flicked around like he was searching for answers to the situation, but he wasn't. He was fighting, frantically pushing back his own mind in a desperate attempt to not be responsible for another death. He couldn't kill her, at least not now. My truth? He breathed out, now finally registering what Liberty had asked him. His ears fell, then stood again, like his own body was unsure how to react.
Yes, and...
Liberty let a chuckle slide.
Can you please let me down?
After a moment, Chase obliged and released his city friend from his grasp, but not without narrowing his eyes in a distrustful gesture. Rocky could be heard sighing in relief, thanking whatever deity above that the situation had not escalated more than it had. It was then a wave of confusion and shame hit the mixed breed, a feeling that was new and unprepared for. Watching Chase manhandle Liberty was disturbing, and now he wondered if there was something more he could have done about it. It was obvious that just his word alone wouldn't save the dachshund. Would he have been able to restrain Chase and save her? He felt useless, evident as he slightly turned away from the duo and stared off into a line of teeth that trailed along the sickly pink wall. Chase sat down, not caring that his tail was now dipped in translucent sludge. Was it finally time to tell the truth? It wasn't. It couldn't be. He had to let someone know, but he couldn't let anyone know. It was tearing him apart inside to see over and over the atrocity he had committed. Yet every second it remained untold was another second he was free. Was he truly free? Was it freeing to never tell the truth? The static only became stronger the more he sealed the truth within him. But he knew the static was never going away. Or was it? Chase? Liberty tilted her head, reaching out to the broken shepherd. When he pulled the trigger on Sky, his spirit immediately shattered apart. The pieces were dropped down into the void, left to burn in endless suffering over the one stupid action he wished he could take back. The static told him that nothing remained, that he was merely a cold, lifeless shell of what he once was. But darkness was known to lie. Perhaps there was one faint glimmer of himself still fighting to be relevant, a tiny remnant of a loyal shepherd in blue that would jump to action to help those he loved. He slowly turned his head to his friend, too ashamed to actually meet the mix's gaze. Rocky, go on ahead. Huh? Just, please, give us a minute. The mix looked to Liberty, who returned a small nod to him. Unsure of himself, he sighed and turned away. He didn't want to be alone, and wandering off into a dark living abyss was not something he was fond of doing. He started walking, leaving Chase and Liberty behind as he took to the corridor. He wouldn't go far, just enough until they were out of earshot, then he'd stay put and hide. Chase watched him go, seeing the gray, white-tipped tail disappear into the darkness. He already regretted everything he was agreeing to, but there was no other option. To tell Marshall the truth would break their bond, destroying the brotherly relationship they've built over the years. Telling Rocky would shatter his trust, leaving him to denounce Chase's leadership he so fiercely upheld. Telling Zuma would be his worst mistake. It would confirm everything the lab already suspected, and possibly result in a bloody dogfight. He's gone, Liberty said simply, sitting down to face Chase. Now talk to me. His mind grew, forcing Chase to wince slightly as a piercing noise hit his ear. Liberty remained unaffected, witnessing front row the mental agony he was going through. It all built up into one cacophony of crooked music, screeching so loud he could barely hear anything else. He had to tell her, but another voice scolded him not to. He wanted to open up, but a force within him constantly stabbed in a needle and threaded through his body, sewing up his lie to never see the light. Tell her. Don't tell her. Tell her. Don't tell her. He shook his head a little, his voice cracking. The static spiraled out of control, threatening to consume his brain. Pressure was building like an active volcano. It churned and intensified, all leading up to one powerful mind break to take Chase's soul into the void where it belonged. He said again, kneading his paws. His ears deafened, vision blurring over as words and phrases echoed in his head. He couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but they were all fizzling like a ticking bomb, screaming and wailing. Farak's malice screech played on repeat in his ears, forcing him to listen over and over until he was so disoriented he couldn't breathe.
I killed Sky. Everything stopped. It all suddenly stopped like a flick of a light switch. Chase felt a weight lift from him, riding alongside the pained, broken words that left his muzzle. His mind was quiet again, and he could breathe easily for the first time in hours. What? Liberty drew back a little, raising her eyebrow. I killed her. Well, she was infected, wasn't she? Liberty shrugged. You did what you had to do. No, you don't understand! The shepherd whined, trying to fight back tears. She was never infected to begin with. The dachshund's eyes widened in shock, now beginning to catch on. Hell, at the time I didn't know if Farak's malice was even here. Chase hung his head. But Cyrus made it sound so horrible, and I was scared, he confessed. I was so scared, like when I had to go back to Adventure City. But it was so much worse this time. A sorrowful feeling hit him as he remembered the traumatizing events he endured beneath the skyscrapers of the city. His memory called back to the device Cyrus had given him. He gave me this thing. A thing that could apparently read blood and sound an alarm when it detected anything foreign. I knew Sky was sick, as did everyone else, and, well, that was what I mostly hinged on. What was she sick with? Liberty asked. Fuck if I know! Could have been literally just the flu or something. The shepherd growled slightly. But it was a terrible coincidence that I focused on, completely ignoring everyone else. Who knows? Rubble could have had an obvious sign of being infected, and I never caught it. His friend moved to his side, slowly and sympathetically placing her paw onto his. I murdered her, Liberty! He choked out, voice breaking. I just fucking shot her like a common criminal! She didn't even have time to react! She just died! He tried to say something else, but the shepherd could no longer contain himself. He lowered his head, a simple pose on the outside, but within he was torn to shreds, his mistakes and failures scratching at his heart. He had failed his patrol, he failed Ryder, he failed Adventure Bay, and he failed himself. Chase, his friend said softly, stopping as she tried to find the words. I'm so sorry. She gently leaned on his shoulder and draped an arm around him, pulling him in for a soft hug. Chase didn't return the gesture. To make matters worse, he said again, I left my gun in the boiler room, along with the ACG radio Cyrus gave me. Like an idiot, I discarded them. Now the power's out and I can't get them back without Rocky fixing the breakers. And for that, he needs to come down here. We're literally in this mess because of me. It's all my fault. Dogs make mistakes. It's okay. Liberty tried to reason within him. No! Chase replied a little harshly. To call this a mistake is insufficient. I fucked up. I completely fucked up. Okay, well, she stammered, growing a tad agitated. Everyone fucks up at some point. Look at me! You? He met her gaze. What have you ever done? A lot of things. She laughed awkwardly. Well... She took a deep breath. I had to give up a puppy once. The words left her mouth, and for a moment Chase didn't believe what he even heard. Puppy? He tilted his head. What do you mean? An infant, Chase, she clarified. I had an infant. An infant I couldn't take care of. A sad sigh left her as she too bowed her head. So I had to give him up. Left him at the fire station. Aren't you a puppy though? The police officer put together. How did you... Let's just say I made a really big mistake. Liberty held a paw out, gesturing as she spoke. And as a result, I may have changed or completely ended the life of an infant. Jesus. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I understand. A little at least. She gave a soft smile. Even though it was roughly a year ago, it still haunts me. I guess I didn't kill anyone that I know of. The two dogs sat in silence, both listening to the gentle churning of the stomach-like hallway they resided in. It was a weirdly calming sound to Chase's ears, a feeling he never thought he'd cross with the disgusting nightmare that Farak's malice had created down there.
What am I supposed to tell Ryder?
He said finally, staring down at the floor.
That I killed one of our own? By mistake?
I don't think Ryder is coming back.
The shepherd whipped around in a snarl.
He is! You'll see!
A faint whine emitted from him as he backed up to look around at the hellish environment.
Ryder wouldn't abandon us. He never would.
Grunting as he called forward all the strength within him, Zuma heaved in a strained breath, pushing aside a folded table that was blocking a new door. The lab was eager to get moving, motivated by the discovery of a device that seemingly interfered with their communications. He put his nose on the floor and searched for any possible sign of a new path, eventually discovering a door that was blocked by a variety of discarded utilities. Marshall sat aside, dragging his paws along the ground, a subtle coping mechanism as he tried to keep himself calm. Zuma seemed oblivious to his friend's distress, or he did know it but was just ignoring it. The Dalmatian watched his friend attempt to dislodge a large computer, the last object in the way of the door. Unfortunately, it was significantly heavier than anything else, and Zuma was unsuccessful. The spotted puppy tried to reach out to the lab.
I want to go back to Chase.
Why? Zuma said in a simple reply, not even turning around.
What's so special about him?
Nothing, The Dalmatian lowered himself to the floor, resting his chin on his paws.
No offense, Zuma, but I think I just feel safer with him.
Now Zuma whipped around.
Safer than me? Chase will throw you to that thing the first chance he gets.
I've noticed you really don't trust him that much anymore. Marshall narrowed his eyes.
Well, you can't trust most these days.
The lab's words were disturbing to his companion, more so considering the irony of that statement. Getting increasingly anxious, Marshall licked his paw a few times before getting to his fur. There was little he could do to actually soothe his fears, with the simple groom being the next best thing. Zuma tried to move the obstacle again, but to no avail.
Damn it! Literally the one thing in our way.
Maybe there's another way to move it. Marshall tried to get his participation in, not wanting Zuma to think he was lazy.
There isn't, unless you have super strength. I guess we could really use those Mighty Pup powers right about now, the Dalmatian said with a faint smile, remembering the adventures they had.
His smile then fell, remembering the only pup to gain super strength was Rubble. It was obvious that Zuma was remembering too, as there was a noticeable dip in his mood, a wave of sadness raining on him.
Rubble's gone,
he said softly, quietly mourning the loss of his good friend. Picking his head up a little, Marshall got up and walked over to his friend, seeking to comfort him. Coming to his side, the spotted dog held out his arm, offering a hug. Zuma completely ignored it, not even looking at his companion.
This is Chase's fault,
he hissed.
What has he done?
It was a solid question. What exactly had Chase done? He went behind the backs of the team, conspiring with the military organization that scarred Rocky.
He withheld vital information from them, keeping away a twisted secret that a threat walked alongside the dogs, and didn't reveal it until the very last minute while flashing a gun around. That was the worst one. The gun. The weapon that Chase, as a police officer, would surely be so familiar with. He murdered Sky in front of everyone, and Zuma now fully believed that to be a fact. He didn't need Chase to confess his sins or secretly slide him a note with the truth written on it. He simply just knew that Chase was no longer the German Shepherd they once loved and laughed with. That dog was insane, no less a monster than the creature that hunted them. He killed Sky, Marshal. The words hit the Dalmatian like a bullet train, and he could be seen visibly freezing up. He stammered. I know. Can we not talk about this? No, you're not understanding! Zuma turned to face him. Sky never had the monster in her. It was rubble. Chase assumed it was her and shot her in front of everyone without even giving her a fair chance to explain. No, that's not... Marshall blinked, a confused expression on his face as he tried to process the information. He wouldn't... Wouldn't what? The lab challenged him. Kill someone? He's a cop! It's what they do! The Dalmatian backed up, staring in horror as he defied the words. Zuma, no! His voice went shaky. You can hate Chase, but you can't say these things about him! Say what? The truth? Zuma followed steadily, beginning to back Marshall into a wall. Maybe if you weren't so starry-eyed around him, you'd actually see it! A low growl escaped from him, and Marshall drew back further, now feeling even more afraid. I don't trust him, and you shouldn't either, Zuma shrugged. And I'm not forcing that on you. It's just my... suggestion. We could all die down here if we make the wrong move, given the circumstances. We can't afford to keep holding our trust on someone if we feel they'll tear us all down. You mean? Marshall dared to say, a fit of defiance rising in him. Someone like you? Bewildered at the Dalmatian's accusation, Zuma was tempted to lash at him, but such a gesture would only solidify him as a broken bond. He couldn't afford to lose the trust of his companions. No, not me! You can trust me, he nodded. You need to! Well, here's a news flash, came the firefighter's response, puffing up his white fur and baring his teeth. I don't trust you! A loud bang suddenly tore through the air, making both dogs draw back in surprise. The sound resembled a punch of metal, like something threw itself into a solid wall. It was then that Zuma realized in horror just how loud they were talking. The conversation had escalated far beyond safe perimeters. Marshall paled, unable to move as he darted his vision around in paranoia. What was that? Turning to look back at the fleshy orifice they had climbed through to get into the room, Zuma scanned over it as if he was searching for something. It seemed like the only way inside until the lab looked up and noticed several displaced ceiling tiles. It would be all too easy for something to drop in from above. Hide! Zuma tried to hide his own fear in his voice. Marshall didn't hear, still paralyzed. Hide! He snapped, and finally, the Dalmatian rendered his words. The spotted dog turned back to the tables and cabinets. Hide where? Crawling under a table was easy, but it was also just as easy to glance under one to check for prey. The cabinets were tight and claustrophobic, not a phobia Marshall had, but still an uncomfortable position to be in. Are you sure it? An echo suddenly sounded through the room, resembling that of a long, layered exhale of breath. It was like a hiss, like the building itself was breathing around them. Soon after, the sound of metal clawing and scraping began to tear into their ears, vastly approaching. Marshall didn't need to ask twice, exploding into a panicked run and making haste toward the storage cabinets. He clicked open the first door and tried to climb in, only stopping upon realizing it was full of papers and assorted office equipment. Zuma broke into action, searching for a place to hide. Hiding with Marshall seemed like the easy option, but also the most dangerous, as it would render both dogs dead should they be found. Even though the separation was a terrible idea in situations like this, now was a unique time when it was necessary. The lab ran at another cabinet a few feet away when suddenly another banging sound hit his ears. And it was close. Where in the world was Farrak's malice? With how close it sounded, it seemed like it'd be in the room by now. Panicking, he abandoned his course of action and dove under one of the tables, staying low to the ground to avoid sticking out too much. Marshall was completely concealed, but Zuma had found a less favorable place. If he was found, he'd have little time to react. The only saving grace was that the table had a massive blanket of fabric draped over it, a sheet probably used to cover up old computers. He knew the creature was rather tall, so it wouldn't see him right away, and the dusty blanket was helping in obscuring him. Marshall chose another door, his paws stumbling with the latch as fear and dread were overriding his focus. Clicking the door open, he saw the cabinet was completely empty. Not wasting even a second of time, he climbed into it and shut the door behind him. Now contained like old food in Tupperware, Marshall had only the 3 horizontal slits on the door to peek out with. He held his breath, tried to slow his pounding heart, and patiently waited for any sign of the monster. Several minutes passed, and neither dog heard or saw anything. Zuma sat motionless like the dead, double-checking every second that his tail had not idly slid out into view. He feared for Marshall, believing right away the puppy was at risk of messing something up and giving himself away. He was surrounded by the unknown and refused to come out unless he was absolutely sure. Locked away in the cabinet, Marshall had the advantage of actually being able to see out. He scanned his eyes around the room, a difficult motion due to his limited field of view. Where is it? They heard it so clearly, so close, like it was directly above their heads just waiting to pounce. The creature probably would have just ambushed the room entirely if the dogs continued arguing. Marshall waited another few seconds, but still there was no sign of it. He gently placed a paw on the door, once again taking a peek through the slits before he pushed out. A mangled paw of flesh suddenly slapped onto the front of the door, coming down from above like a rotten chunk of meat and bone. Marshall suppressed a scream and drew back as far as he possibly could. Its claws slowly scratched at its metal surface, and Farrak's malice climbed down from on top of the cabinets. The Dalmatian was unable to control his heavy breathing. Where in the world did it come from if he didn't see it come down from the ceiling? Dragging itself down, the creature's body of gore passed over the cabinet, and for once Marshall managed to get a clear view of its underbelly. To say Farrak's malice had an underbelly was a stretch. A belly was a soft, ticklish surface usually covered in fur, eager for belly rubs to appease all the stress and anxiety of a dog. What Marshall was seeing now was nothing like the sort, a sight that made him gag in horror. The literal belly of the beast was a crude canvas of gore, sprouting webs of tendons to secure its squirming body mass. Despite its incredibly thin bone frame, its chest did have a visible rib cage that jutted out of its upper spine, resembling more of a cold, empty cage where a heart should be. The stomach was visible off to the right, audibly gurgling away as it worked to digest some horrific foreign material. The stomach was hastily fastened to the spine with the intestine and was the only organ Marshall could visibly recognize. He had no feasible idea what any of the other mess under the creature was,
But it did catch his eye that Ferox Malice had no visible heart. With what small limited view he had of its ribcage, he swore he saw the faint outline of a small dog, maybe 2, maybe 4, trapped within the organic mass behind the ribs. An unspeakable horror was dangling from the monster's groin. Between its legs, a fleshy, gurgling sack hung like loose, dead flesh. It looked swollen, gradually stretching from the clusters of unborn eggs swimming inside it. A small, contracted opening was visible at the sack's end, a tiny nub following the direction of its tail. It was sealed tightly so that not a drop of precious cytoplasm would leak out of the body, yet patiently waiting for another egg ready to push out. To even lay his eyes on such an organ made Marshall feel sick, the sight alone making his stomach twist. Ferox Malice was very, very pregnant. Scraping off of the cabinets, the predator slithered into the room, its thin tail flicking like an antenna. Its footsteps were heavy and loud, terrifying Zuma the closer he heard them draw near. The creature was far from unintelligent, fully aware that its prey was nearby. It knew not to waste its energy overturning tables and ripping down walls. Another method would work just as fine, if not better. Lowering its ripped, skin-masked head, it opened its mouth and moved around its vocal cords. A gentle, soft voice left its maw.
Guys?
Zuma stopped cold, his eyes widening in a mix of shock and bewilderment. Marshall heard it just as clearly, and the Dalmatian came forward a little in the cabinet, itching to get a look. That was Rubble's voice.
Guys, I'm here!
The bulldog's voice echoed.
Zuma, where are you?
Ferox Malice wasn't moving its mouth, nor had fully intact lips to form words. It didn't need them. Its mutation had been left unchecked for so long, allowing it to reach a new stage in its evolution. Rubble wasn't finished yet. It needed more body mass to put the bulldog back together enough to make it convincing. Even then, if one had a few seconds before standing before the creature, they'd be able to see Rubble's head poking out of its left shoulder. He wouldn't be the only one. Ferox Malice maliciously prepared room in its body for 5 more dogs.
Marshall,
Zuma breathed, despite knowing his friend couldn't hear him.
please don't.
The firefighter was almost hypnotized by the voice of his fallen friend, making him paw at the door of the cabinet. He missed Rubble so much, and Sky just as well. They hadn't physically seen Rubble get torn apart. To Marshall, that was reason enough that he could still be alive.
He stuttered, gently scratching at the door with his spotted paw.
Rubble?
He wanted so desperately to come out, yet he knew he'd die if he would. But he had to. He couldn't, but he could. But Ferox Malice was out there. But what if it wasn't out there? What if it really was Rubble? An odd, lingering noise of static had entered the Dalmatian's head, sending his mind into a whirlwind of questions and reasonings. Marshall shook his head, trying to pull himself back to reality. Returning his gaze to the door, he looked out to try and see his old friend. But his view had changed. He could see the musky, bloodied fangs of Ferox Malice maw breathing into the cabinet. A horrific war cry screeched into the air as Ferox Malice snarled at its prey. Marshall squeezed himself back into the cabinet as far as he would go, now audibly shrieking in terror like a terrified puppy. Flexing its claws, the creature hissed at its contained food and raked its paw as hard as possible across the metal surface, producing a sound like the scraping of a chalkboard in half a second. Zuma jumped out from under the table, filled with horror as he stared at his doomed friend. Marshall! The door held, its metal built resisting the blooded razors of Ferox Malice claws. Irritated at the failed attack, The monster bristled the tentacles from its back in agitation. It balled its degloved paw, pulling the arm back as it wound up its strength. In a blinding second, it punched into the cabinet door, instantly deforming it and bending it inwards. Some of its hinges snapped and flew off like broken wood chips, gently bouncing to the floor like dropped coins. The sound of the impact was like a gunshot, echoing through the air, making Zuma flinch. The lab was completely exposed, yet Ferox Malice ignored his presence, deliberately targeting the Dalmatian. The screams the puppy made, the frantic scribbles of its spotted paws in the confined cabinet. It filled the monster with adrenaline. The creature let its claws drift through the exposed openings around the door, seductively trailing its nails along the edges. Marshall had lost the memo to remain calm and silent, his life flashing before his eyes as he cowered before the monster tearing into his hiding spot. The Dalmatian cried out helplessly as he was completely trapped with nowhere to run other than the jaws of death. In a brilliant display of power, the creature jerked its arm back and snapped the door from its place, tossing it away like garbage. The firefighter tried to back up, only for a tentacle to coil around his neck in an instant. With brutal cruelty, Marshall was forcefully ripped out of his safety. A feeble grunt escaped his muzzle as his body collided with the hard tile floor. Dazed, the puppy whimpered and meekly looked up, only to see Ferox Malice sucking back in the tentacle through its arm. No! The Dalmatian gasped, trying to crawl away. Leaning its head down, Ferox Malice scanned its prey, seemingly anticipating their next move.
Come on, Marshall.
Rubble's voice echoed from the mass of gore.
Why would you fight something so beautiful?
The predator slid a tentacle over its lips like a squirming appendage, then roared down at the puppy, baring its jaws of teeth. Acting fast, Zuma jumped up on one of the computer tables, frantically looking for anything to save his friend. There was a fire extinguisher sitting idly a few feet away, just another in the numerous that seemed to be sprinkled around the basement. Panicked, Zuma jumped from table to table, accidentally slipping as he landed awkwardly on the third. He grunted from the impact, gripping his dull claws into the table's surface. Ferox Malice picked its head up, eyeing the Labrador with a warning hiss. Seeing the monster distracted, Marshall attempted to roll back on his paws and run away. He didn't even get 2 inches away before Ferox Malice stepped its leg onto his back, painfully pinning him to the floor. Why wasn't it just killing them right away? Why not just end their suffering now? Yeah! Zuma grabbed the fire extinguisher in his arms with all the strength he had. Eat this! Calling forward a burst of energy, he flung the pressured explosive directly at the monster. The red projectile smacked Ferox Malice in the face, bouncing off its cheek and making the creature hiss in annoyance. It plummeted to the floor with a loud crash, eventually rolling to a stop. The impact caused a dent in its shell, and a hissing sound could be heard. Snarling in anger, the predator released Marshall, only to open its palm and shoot out a writhing tentacle. The appendage coiled around the dog's torso and yanked him helplessly into the air. Ah! Ah! The spotted puppy flailed as he was picked up. Help! Pulling the tentacle back in, Ferox Malice caught Marshall in its paw, roared furiously into the air, and flung the puppy into Zuma. Ah! Zuma had to dive off the table to avoid the friendly fire, landing lightly on his neck. The landing didn't kill him, but came dangerously close, instead sending a shock through the lab's body. Marshall flew past him, crashing into the back wall and ricocheting off. A bloodstain was left where Marshall hit the surface, and the puppy landed limply on the floor. A faint twitch emitted from his paw before the Dalmatian entirely stopped moving, blood leaking around him. The fire extinguisher continued hissing, the compounded chemicals within it struck from the force. With haste they struggled to stabilize, but the damage to their protective shell was more than it could handle. The leaking gas began to emit a smell.
Zuma turned his head where his partner had fallen, his breathing erratic and shaky. Marshall! He scrambled backward in the office, shaking his head in denial. No! He tried to scream something else, but the monster's roar drowned it out. Gripping its claws into the floor, Farok's malice stalked to Zuma, gritting its teeth. There was no way out this time, a revelation that tauntingly jeered at the Labrador as he frantically looked for any direction to flee. Death stared him in the eyes. His heart skipped beats as he pressed up against the wall in terror. The Coast Guard of the Paw Patrol left at the mercy of the perfect killer. Fed up with the games, Farok's malice brandished its claws and roared in fury, lunging for the puppy. Like a primed landmine, the fire extinguisher detonated spectacularly. Pressured gas blasted out of the fractured container, immediately erupting into burning flames. The explosion, condensed into one small room, smashed through the tables and hurled loose objects into the walls. Farok's malice was thrown off balance, stumbling at its feet while it tried to shake the disoriented feeling from its head. Seizing its escape, the creature scampered away, only to stop directly in front of a pile of burning papers. Veering its body to avoid it, Farok's malice lost balance and crashed into a set of storage cabinets. The entire display crumbled on top of it, burying the monster in splintered wood, twisted metal, and various clumsy objects. The fleshy, tight cavern that led to the hive behind them suddenly pulsed with life. Reacting to the detected threat, its walls closed in, sealing itself tightly to protect the rest of the nest. The sudden action knocked Zuma out briefly, the puppy's blurred vision slowly returning to that of a burning room. Smoke and splintered wood showered him from all directions. Marshall! He called, trying to shield his eyes from the stinging smoke. With no other option, Zuma ran to Marshall, blindly traversing the chaos. A piercing static in his head was shrieking over and over, following him as he grabbed Marshall's body by the scruff. With what little strength he could muster, Zuma dragged Marshall as best as he could through the room, his fur slowly burning over from the searing heat alone. The old computer, even now charred and damaged beyond repair from the blast, still sat in front of it, pinning the door closed. The whole room was in molten shambles, with nothing but heat and splinters every 2 feet. The fire was slowly dying, as the blast had occurred in a somewhat isolated corner of the room, and it was running out of things to spread to. 4 massive tentacles exploded out of the debris that coated the floor, an enraged screech tearing from the soot and ash. They writhed and twisted, coiling around the fallen tables and furniture that pinned down their host. Contracting with all their might, the powerful appendages crushed them inward, forcing through the old wood until the objects were snapped entirely in half. It was going to dig itself out. Zuma was completely trapped with not a single safe place to go. The gory tunnel behind him had sealed itself. The confounded door in front of him still barred access, and Farok's malice was already creating dust clouds as it tore itself free. Holding Marshall in his arms, Zuma struggled to ease his fears, his life flashing before his eyes while he backed up against the wall.
Not like this,
He pleaded.
not like this.
The monster's roar filled the room, making the lab hold his dear friend even tighter, fearfully awaiting his demise. Did you hear that? Chase narrowed his eyes, pricking his ears. Liberty and Rocky stopped walking, tuning their senses to any noise around them. Their surroundings were quiet for a few seconds, until the sound of a smashed table echoed to them.
What is that?
Rocky took a small step forward, flattening his ears.
Is that the creature?
Chase and Liberty met up with Rocky soon after their conversation, rejoining the concerned mix and continuing their hike through the basement. As they each walked, the dogs carried their individual thoughts over the matter. Chase was filled with an odd combination of fear and determination, striving to fix his mistakes while still boiling in shame. Rocky's thoughts were on his shepherd friend, quietly worried about his mental stability. Plotting in secret, Liberty scanned dozens of ways in her head to find the samples she needed. She wasn't going back to the Arcline Foundation empty pod. She needed at least something. Pointing a gray paw, Rocky eyed a jointing path up ahead, briefly obscured by bloodied intestine hanging from the ceiling.
It sounded like an explosion. From there.
He pointed his paw down a new jointing tunnel.
Let's go. Wait, we're going to the threat? Chase whipped his head at him, staring at the mix. Are you insane? You want to go toward the thing that's been killing all of us?
Ignoring him, Rocky sped up toward the new path.
We left Zuma and Marshall. They could be in trouble.
Bad idea, Rocky.
Why can't we just keep going straight?
He flicked his ears toward the continuing path.
There's no sense in making twists and turns. I'm not leaving my friends, Chase.
Well, Chase stuttered, trying to formulate a response that didn't make him sound horrible.
I think maybe we...
He hesitated again, completely lost in his words. Liberty pushed past him.
Here, I'll go forward. You go with Rocky.
She instantly charged off, leaving no opportunity for Chase to respond.
Oh, fantastic. I get to go see the death monster with my idiot friend,
the shepherd grumbled, walking to follow Rocky. Picking up his pace, he caught up with the mix as he was pushing under the hanging tendrils. There was a fierce spark of tenacity within the mixed breed, and Chase felt a pang of jealousy. It wasn't fair that Rocky was stronger-willed than him.
Oh good, you're with me on this.
Rocky flashed an endearing smile at his partner. No, I am fucking not. They approached a metal door that was sealed shut. It wasn't made out of wood or had visible hinges or knobs. It was an electric door that lifted up and down, made of a sturdy material that wasn't easily broken.
Whatever's behind here must be important.
Rocky narrowed his eyes.
How do we open this?
Chase approached the door and sniffed around its outline, pawing at the fleshy sludge. Trailing his arm along, he located a lever that was buried under the gore. Here, he said with mild amusement, gripping the handle in his teeth and yanking it down. The door opened by itself, almost like magic, providing access to a dark room. Rocky walked inside before Chase had finished wiping his mouth of the blood. Looking around, the mix noticed what looked like an odd box with buttons on the side of it.
The hell?
He turned his head to see a large maze of pipes running along the left wall, likely a master plumbing system. Chase followed in after him.
What is this, some kind of utility room?
Walking deeper in, Rocky rounded a corner.
No, I think it's some kind of...
He stopped in his tracks, coming up a new doorway.
Sheesh, why is it so hot over here?
He panted slightly, feeling an immense climb in temperature radiating from the new door. He almost turned away when an idea pinged his head.
Wait, is this the boiler room?
Is it? Rocky walked up behind him.
Certainly feels like one. I need this door open!
The shepherd jumped to action, motivated at the thought of his problems ending. He nearly threw himself at the lever on the wall, assuming the mechanism was the same as the last one. Rocky watched him with a stunned expression as Chase pulled the lever door, and a click of gears was heard. The door opened, instantly releasing a massive blast of searing heat, as if it had been waiting for them on the other side. The flames took Rocky by surprise, forcing him to jump back with an exclaiming cry. The heat caught Chase in his side, throwing him to the floor and roasting over him. They both shielded themselves for dear life as the pressurized room vented out. With a jamming clang, the door only opened a third of the way before getting stuck. Just 4 feet in the room, Zuma looked over in surprise. The computer table sharply knocked to the side as the door opened, falling over into the flames.
What?
The lab blinked through the smoke, realizing he was completely wrong about why the door wasn't opening. Chase! Ah! The shepherd scrambled to his paws, retreating from the flames. What the hell happened in here? A monstrous canine arm wedged free from the debris, Varrock's malice loudly tearing itself out from under its trap. Each of its limbs speared out, its head pushing up from the crumbled metal. Run! Zuma shouted with what little voice he had left, hurriedly taking Marshall through the doorway. Go! Go! We'll trap it in here! Rocky screamed as he spotted the lever Chase had used. They had already spotted Marshall's broken state, a sight that shot Chase the moment he saw it. No, he couldn't be. The shepherd panicked. Had Zuma done something? Zuma had to have done something. Rage flared in his veins as he watched the lab pull the puppy through, and Chase turned with a hostile grimace. Approaching the brown dog, he opened his mouth to spit in accusation. Wood and metal blasted outward, spraying across the charred room as Varrock's malice erupted free. Tearing its burdens to pieces, the monster swiftly backhanded any annoying little object still in its vision as it climbed out. Its legs were still pinned, crushing its bones with a fiery agony that only intensified its rage. Unhinging its jaw, a sickening cracking noise emitted while its gums flared to life. A large tentacle, rivaling its tail in size, regurgitated out with a spilling of red and bodily fluid. It moved in the air like a massive snake, hissing jaws of its own. Varrock's malice screeched loudly, flicking its head to whip the weapon forward. Chase turned back at the noise, flattening his ears in terror as he saw it coming. Rocky, look out! The mix had little time to react as he heard Chase's words. He flashed the shepherd a single look of surprise, only to feel something wet and tough coil around his leg. Rocky was yanked off balance and hit the floor, screaming in panic as Varrock's malice tightened its hold on him. Desperately reaching for the door lever that was just 3 inches from his paw, he tried with all his puppy might to fight against its hold, but slowly he began to get pulled in. Chase the door! He yelled, grabbing anything he could to fight it. A sharp jerk traveled down the tentacle, whipping Rocky's body around in such ways that threatened to dislocate his leg. The shepherd tried to stand, but a disorienting wave blurred over his vision. The proximity to the creature seemed to have an odd effect on him. Chase! Rocky planted his claws into the floor, desperately trying to save himself. Huh? The police officer blinked, stumbling to his paws. Huh? The door! Varrock's malice roared, its jaw unhinging even more. The base of the large tentacle pushed out of its mouth, revealing itself to the room. It was entirely made up with the body of a very familiar bulldog, his mangled body integrated into the weapon. Rubble violently jerked and convulsed, his split skull opened for the tentacle to shoot out of it. His small, stubby legs, what remained of them, clawed and flailed with every motion Varrock's malice made. Chase! Get the... Ah! Rocky cried out. Zuma flew by Chase, bumping past him as he jumped to the lever. In a solid motion, the lab gripped the lever and yanked it down, activating the mechanism. The door shut almost instantaneously, locking the creature inside the room and nearly crushing Rocky from above. The massive tentacle holding the mix was severed, prompting an echoed howl of rage on the other side. The horror was over, at least for now. Rocky scrambled backward, breathing heavily as he was filled with terror. Zuma! I'm here. The lab went to his side, helping him untangle his legs. It was finally now that Chase's static-filled mind cleared again, and he came back to reality. Blinking in confusion, he looked around and spotted Rocky getting up, nuzzling Zuma in gratitude. "Oh," he stuttered in quiet surprise, a gut-wrenching feeling of shame hitting him. Before he could say anything, Rocky and Zuma raced off, seeking to check Marshall's condition despite leaving Chase completely alone.
Hey, wait!
He muttered, running after them. On the other end, Farak's malice stumbled back, shock hitting its body from its tendrils being cut. It was of little concern in the long run, as it had mutated enough to regenerate at a faster frequency. More was coming soon anyway. It was of little importance. Finally pulling itself free, the creature hissed as it approached the door, scanning for a way through only to be met with none. It swallowed rubble in the cut end of the tentacle, growling at its opposition. It was filled with hatred, and a piece of it wanted to tear into the wall and tunnel back to them. Only then its nose caught a smell, a scent that made it stop in its tracks. Turning its head, it followed the smell of the dachshund, the dog who foolishly split up from the group. Snarling in hunger, the creature shook itself off and raced down the hallway. Marshall wasn't dead, but severely hurt. To have his body forcibly thrown into a wall was not a pleasant experience. And although his bones held, he couldn't move and suffered from a horrible ache in his body. Zuma and Rocky got to him first, with Chase walking behind them, a confused expression on the shepherd. Zuma had seen it, Chase freezing up seconds before Rocky could have been dragged to a slow death. The lab acted quickly, coming to his brother's rescue knowing Chase was unreliable. It all but confirmed his suspicions, and while he kept a straight face around Rocky, a deep rage burned within him. It was time to act, to rid of the problem at its source. While Zuma kept his new mission a secret, Rocky was more of the vocal type.
What the hell was that?
The mix turned to Chase, an angry yet concerned look on his face begging for answers. He had his paw on Marshall's shoulder like he was trying to subtly show he still cared for the Dalmatian, a gesture he didn't understand why he'd need to show. Zuma looked up at Rocky's question, also wanting to hear the answer.
What?
Chase stopped, flicking his eyes between his friends. He was still slightly dazed from the odd mental noise that had been following him.
You almost let me die!
Rocky barked, flattening his ears and bristling his fur.
I needed help, and you just stopped moving!
A faint grin slid onto Zuma's face.
I don't know!
The shepherd backed up defensively.
Something... What? I was frozen, okay?
Frozen, Rocky said flatly.
You were frozen.
Desperate not to accidentally turn his best friend against him, Chase searched for an explanation, an excuse, anything.
Look, that thing has some kind of hold on me. I don't know how to explain it, but it's getting into my head.
You're infected. Zuma breathed in awe, narrowing his eyes.
What? No!
The officer held up his paw to instantly shut down the lab's accusation.
Farak's malice is way beyond that stage. Couldn't you see that already?
Rocky could hardly understand what he was hearing.
So what the hell are you saying? I'm saying that thing has some kind of mental hold on me. It's screaming in me. It's agonizing. I don't know how to make it go away.
Chase lowered his ears in shame, embarrassed for how vulnerable he was. Zuma lurked in the back, watching the conversation. He was ready to carry out his plan of action, but stopped to see if Rocky was primed to turn on the shepherd as well. Farak's malice was just a distraction now. He needed all the help he could get to exterminate the true killer of the Paw Patrol. Rocky thought long and hard about what he was hearing, looking at the ground for a moment. I felt it too.
You have?
Chase looked up in surprise. Zuma's grin instantly died, now replaced with an expression of annoyance.
When I went out to check the breakers, the mix recalled, I encountered that thing and watched it kill a rodent. He shuddered at the memory. And I felt something. Like this static. Yeah, that, the shepherd stuttered, his tail wagging for the first time in days. That's it. It made me freeze up, and it's just difficult to deal with. That may be so, Rocky said, moving to his friend. But I really thought you were going to let me die there. He stopped before him, looking at Chase with a stern expression. I understand what you're going through, and I'm sorry, but I need you here and now. He reached his gray paw forward and pressed it to Chase's shoulder, a sign of comfort and understanding. I know you weren't trying to kill me. I know you never do that. So just tell me whenever the static comes back. It was unnatural to see Rocky take a stand like this. He spoke to Chase like a mentor, despite being his equal for years. The gray mix had gone almost ignored by the rest of the dogs ever since Farok's malice hatched, and he was simply just always the same, a bystander to the action. While Chase fought against his own mind and Zuma darkened from a coldness within him, Rocky was going through his own changes. He saw exactly what the Paw Patrol was missing in a time like this, someone to keep them all together. That creature, it's trying to break us. Rocky flattened his ears as he surveyed the damaged room. If it cannot kill us, then it will snap our sanity and will. He came to the conclusion as he turned back to Chase. Talk to me, Chase. Please. I don't want to lose you. If we don't fight this mental strain, it'll plunge us into insanity. Chase chuckled to himself, saddened as he trailed off. Yeah, I know what you mean. The mix tilted his head. You do? Nearby, Zuma sat with Marshall trying to tend to him. The Dalmatian was already beginning to reawaken, with visible strain on his face. The poor firefighter was going through hell with no end in sight, no doubt the most innocent of the team. Marshall was viewed by all in a different way. Chase wanted to protect him. Rocky sought to educate him in the harsh reality of facing death, and Zuma still cared for him despite beginning to see him as somewhat dead weight. As he stood over him, Zuma pricked his ears to eavesdrop on his brother's conversation. Trailing his paw along the ground, Chase spoke softly. I feel like I'm not myself. He gave a pitiful sigh as Rocky tried to comfort him with an arm over his shoulder. I can't even tell who I am anymore after what I did. Those last words made Rocky silently stop, hearing the exact implication in the words, yet restraining himself enough to not provoke Chase. He knew where this was going, although he still sought to understand the full picture. He wanted to help Chase deep down and bring him back to the shepherd he once was. All he needed was an answer. Chase, he said simply, punctuating his words with narrowed eyes. What have you done? He didn't want to tell Rocky the truth. He was the last dog he wanted ever knowing of his crimes. Liberty was an exception, an outsider blessed with cursed knowledge never to spill onto the others. A street dog with a mutual relationship was worthy of knowing Chase's terrible mistake. But Rocky was family, even though he had put the shepherd in a rather compromising position. Zuma had heard it too, and Rocky was all too observant in the turmoil growing between the two of them. Zuma, go continue on the route. Rocky turned back. Where? The lab stuttered in response. It's where we were headed until we took the other path. We'll be safe for a little while, so just go. Give me a moment with Chase. The lab merely rolled his eyes with a scowl escaping his muzzle, yet he obediently complied. It's not very smart to split up in situations like this. He was going to say something snippy when a thought entered his mind, making the Coast Guard stop and rethink his course of action. He realized right away that splitting up was exactly what he wanted, providing him the opportunity to carry out his own plan. Sure, he put on a fake smile.
I'll go brave the death hallways alone. The lab rolled his eyes and left the room. Zuma scoffed to himself. Conspirers, the lot of them. He snuck a look back. I didn't survive all this shit just to watch the German Shepherd tear apart my family. He was angry he had to leave, but at the corner of his muzzle, a grin slid up. No one had yet seen what he did. Chase and Rocky were within their own problems back in the room. It was all too obvious Chase was hiding something with great difficulty, a secret his friend carefully tried to extract.
You're going to hate me, Chase said, refusing to look his friend in the eye. Rocky was unfazed.
Dude, I could never hate you. You're like my brother. Maybe not biologically, but it's close enough. He gently tapped the shepherd's arm with his paw. And brothers stick together, no matter what.
But Chase stammered. I did something really bad. Everyone does something bad. Rocky almost laughed. How are we supposed to go through life if we have nothing to learn from?
You make it sound trivial. Well, I'm not trying to, the mix shrugged. It's just the truth. Now what did you do?
Bristling his fur, Chase stared up at the dog across from him. You want me to come out and say it? I murdered Sky! He snapped, sparking the volume of his voice for a split second at the final word. I thought she was infected, but she wasn't. So there! He stared into Rocky's unblinking face, expecting hostility or some kind of horrified realization, but it never came. The same reaction of the mix caught Chase off guard, and his anger settled. Giving a long sigh, Rocky spilled his own truth. I know. He said it like he was always waiting to, just never finding the right time. It was never easy to pinpoint the exact moment you were completely aware of the crime your friend had committed. What? Chase blinked. How? I kinda put it together over time. The mix shrugged, looking to the floor in mild discomfort. Look, Chase, the thing is... He winced, knowing the next thing to leave his muzzle would be hard to say. I don't really know what to think right now. I eventually figured out that Sky was clean and her death undeserved. Lowering his head in shame, the police officer nodded as a faint whine sounded from him. I know, but... Rocky interrupted him. I also know what was going on at the time, he said, taking a second to scratch himself with his hind leg. There was a great fear going around the tower, and of course, none of us had actually known what Ferox Malice was yet. He tilted his head a little, reaching his point. What I'm trying to say is, losing Sky was terrible, and I'll miss her every day. Seeing her shot on the floor was just... He slowly turned, beginning to walk away. Traumatizing. He turned his head back to look at Chase. But in a way, I understand what you were probably thinking at the time. You wanted to save us, and you were willing to make such a great sacrifice if it meant putting an end to an unseen terror. He sighed. I guess I'll give you that. But what matters now is that we have each other, and we need to stay together. Rocky soon left the room, an ashamed Chase behind him carrying Marshall on his shoulders. Even though the mix was willing to forgive the police officer for pulling the trigger on an innocent given the circumstances, he couldn't deny the aching void left in his heart. The two of them walked out through the door looking around the surroundings. So, Chase blinked. Where'd Zuma go? Rocky stretched his neck forward, peering down the dark abyss of the corridor. Not sure. It's not safe to be down here alone. You know, we've been trying to get to Ryder's garage this whole time, but I have this weird feeling we've been going in circles. But we haven't, though. Well, maybe not literal circles, Chase said, rolling his eyes. But the garage wasn't really that far away from the tower, and we've been traveling a ton of distance. We're not really getting anywhere down here. Taking his words into consideration, Rocky flicked his eyes down the continuing path Liberty had vanished down. I guess it does kind of feel that way. What, you think Ferox Malice has been somehow expanding out the basement? That creature is a fucking roller coaster of surprises. Hey, language! Came a voice from up top, taking both dogs off guard and snapping their heads to the side in shock. Marshall suddenly lifted his head up, confused as to why he was on Chase's shoulders. Why are you carrying me? Marshall? Chase said in alarm, quickly letting the Dalmatian down, pure joy flooding his voice. Good to see you alive! The Dalmatian awkwardly stuck his front paws out, trying to stand. Yeah, I am... Ow. Just in a crapload of pain. I'm glad to see you're okay. Rocky wagged his tail. We just need to call Zuma and find Liberty. She isn't wearing one of our radio collars. Zuma scares me, Marshall confessed as he shook out his days out of his fur. He's been talking weird all day. Can I just stay with you? Okay, here's a better idea. The shepherd suddenly looked behind him, now looking uncomfortable. Why don't we get somewhere safe and talk there? I'd rather Ferox Malice doesn't find us first. Nodding eagerly, Marshall was happy to finally be with the two dogs he cared about. As they began moving, trekking down the continued path, an odd smell hit his little black nose. The Dalmatian almost instantly stopped walking, narrowing his eyes and looking around in confusion, although neither Chase nor Rocky noticed this. As a firefighter, Marshall was highly trained in identifying certain smells that could imply danger was nearby, especially the stench of smoke. He could detect smoke from nearly twice as far as Chase, a skill he loved to brag about whenever he could. Marshall wasn't smelling any smoke, but there was indeed a foreign smell that was suddenly invading his nose. The hallway alone had a metallic, bloody, fleshy stench to it, a smell that they had already gotten used to. This new smell was almost sweet, yet reeked of chemicals, like the smell of hand sanitizer. It was too faint for Marshall to identify it, but he could tell right away that it was coming from the ceiling. Looking up at the roof, he couldn't see anything too different from the usual gore mess that had infected the lower floors. Shrugging to himself, Marshall carried on after his two friends. They continued silently for roughly 15 minutes, each dog walking in silence. It wasn't until something caught Chase's eye that they stopped moving. These eggs look different, he said, half to himself, turning his attention to some scattered fleshy capsules placed along the fleshy wall. Rocky and Marshall stopped moving, watching their friend's movement. The mix shrugged off the comment. Well, not every animal hatches identical to one another. Taking careful steps, Chase cautiously approached the eggs, taking a close look at them while Rocky rolled his eyes. Marshall was going to say something when the odd smell suddenly hit him again, prompting him to look up at the ceiling again. The smell was slightly clearer, bearing a resemblance to metallic rotten eggs. He figured it was just the stench of the biomass he was smelling, but his gut told him it wasn't the case. The smell was so familiar to him, yet he still found himself unable to place it. These are bigger, Chase continued, nudging a rather large egg. Nearly twice the size of the first ones we saw. They must be older. Rocky put a paw to his chin. Maybe we're getting near the center hive mind. What's there? That... The word hung in the air as Rocky tried to put his sentence together. Is probably the earliest part of the basement Ferox Malice entered, assuming it snuck in through the garage. Wait, we're near the garage? The shepherd jolted. You mean we're almost out of this hell? Probably, Rocky shrugged. But we haven't found Liberty or Zuma. We can't leave them behind. Marshall's voice came up from behind. Does anyone smell that? The gentle sniffing of his nose was barely heard over his uneased breathing. Looking back at him, Chase tilted his head. Smell what? The putrid death we're surrounded by? No, it's something else.
The Dalmatian shook his head, irritated he wasn't able to instantly place the stench. He was worried the other two wouldn't take him seriously, as he had a history of being the innocent puppy of the team, even more so than Rubble. Walking forward a little, pushing in between his brothers, he kept his nose in the air, following the smell.
I don't smell anything.
Rocky tried sniffing the air. He was angry he couldn't place it before, but slowly his mind turned. The stench had grown stronger, a rich, sickly sweet smell leaching into his nose. It was almost like a chemical, a liquid that was trailing along the ceiling. It was odd why the other two couldn't smell it, and Marshall wondered if it had to do with himself. If only he could smell it, it could only be explained by something unique in his ability.
I'm a firefighter,
he muttered to himself, making Chase narrow his eyes. The smell was something related to firefighting. Marshall would have smelled it on the job, or come across it sometime earlier.
Marshall, we're wasting time!
Rocky said, annoyance in his voice.
Farak's malice could be anywhere!
The Dalmatian held up his paw.
No, give me a second.
It was on the tip of his tongue. He was so close. Narrowing his eyes, Marshall went through every memory he could of his missions, fighting fires and jumping into buildings. He retraced through his old training, all searching for a link in the stench. A rotten egg-like smell, yet sweet in its nature. A spiky blend of pungent chemicals that ached the nose. It finally hit him, and Marshall spiked his fur in alarm. Gasoline.
Gas!
He said in surprise, quickly turning back to the others.
There's gasoline coming from the ceiling!
What? Rocky blinked, confused.
Brilliant observation, Marshall.
Zuma's voice came through on his collar, cold and emotionless.
I thought you would have noticed that sooner.
Zuma, where the hell are you?
Chase flicked on his own collar and spoke into it.
That's none of your concern!
The lab replied back with a static growl. Marshall desired his own answers.
Why is there gasoline in the ceiling? Where'd it come from?
It's called a sprinkler system, Marshall.
Zuma said matter-of-factly.
I found the sprinkler control. All I had to do was flood the pipes with gasoline and trip the systems.
You what?
Rocky drew back in alarm.
Where did you get gasoline from?
Are you blind? We've been passing by tons of fuel canisters ever since we came down here. Unlike you, I actually had the plan to rig the sprinkler systems with the flammable fuel. Although in most areas of the basement, the infectious biomass has grown over the sprinklers. I'm sure eventually it'll start leaking through. Now all I need is a spark.
Sure enough, Marshall turned his head up at the ceiling to see a dark stain forming on the living sludge. The gasoline being poured in from the sprinkler was blocked, but was starting to leak through and drip into the hallway. As they spoke, gasoline was being showered in every room of the basement, turning the entire floor into a tinderbox ready for ignition.
Are you crazy?
Rocky shouted into his collar.
Are you trying to burn down the tower?
Yes, actually.
Zuma piped up a little.
You're supposed to be the smart one, Rocky. I don't know why you didn't see this sooner.
The lab sighed into his collar as he walked.
But all I've seen out of you is bad decisions. You heard what Chase said. You heard what he did to Sky.
Chase visibly paled as he began stepping back, realizing that Zuma was fully aware of Sky's murder. The lab had officially broadcasted it to every dog with a radio collar to listen in, and he wasn't finished.
How did you even hear our conversation?
Rocky demanded, confusion and hurt in his voice.
Our collars were off!
Not Marshall's.
As if on command, the Dalmatian froze, staring in shock as his eyes widened.
I knew you and Chase wanted me to leave.
The vicious lab said coldly.
I knew you wanted to share secrets, and you know how much I hate being left out. So before you told me to leave, I clicked Marshall's collar on, and I listened in to every single thing you said.
He let a laugh escape him, amused at how he got on over on the team.
I don't understand you, Rocky. You were supposed to be my friend. Why are you giving Chase a second chance?
The mix stuttered, trying to get a word as he cycled panicked looks to the two other dogs. He tried to form an answer, but he was overcome with confusion and could only ask more questions. Zuma, what are you doing?
I'm doing what none of you have the gall to pull off.
The lab snarled.
I'm burning this entire shithole to the ground. It's the fastest way to get rid of all this infection down here and for Rock's malice itself. Its weakness is fire. I saw it, and it knows too. I suggest you three meet me in Ryder's garage.
The garage? Chase spoke up. You made it there?
It's at the end of the corridor, believe it or not. I have Liberty here. She's shaken. Possibly must have had a run-in with the creature.
Is she okay?
Relatively.
Alright, good enough for me. Rocky turned back to the other two. Let's get moving. We'll be out of here yet. Marshall visibly sighed in relief, thankful the nightmare was about to be over. With a faint smile, he looked to Chase, although his gesture was ignored. The whole situation was setting off red flags in the shepherd's mind. Something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what. His thoughts were evident on his face as he scanned his eyes along the ground like he was flicking through his thoughts and memories.
Oblivious to the unease in the air, Rocky pushed the team along in the final stretch of the hellbound basement. Much to their glee, the hallway twisted in a veering turn until a final door finally came into view. Slowly, the floor began to emerge from underneath, its old metal surface finally reappearing from the smothering layer of flesh. It was refreshing to see the infection coming to an end, an energizing feeling to finally set a paw down on a solid floor. Approaching the door, an old layer of weathered wood with flecks of blue paint, Rocky put his paw up against it and nudged it open. Chase stood behind him, a pulling weariness in his heart telling him to stay back. The direct opposite was Marshall, almost bouncing in anticipation to escape for Rock's malice lair and standing right beside his gray brother.
Zuma?
Rocky asked, pushing open the door.
Are you... Oh!
He quickly pulled his face back, twitching his nose as the pungent stench of gasoline flooded his nose. The door opened into a clean room of electric equipment, although most of them were webbed with dust from years of misuse. The air was assumed to be clean if the constant presence of gas wasn't infecting it. The sprinkler fastened to the ceiling had been activated, but instead of water, a steady shower of amber-colored gasoline was flooding out. Since there was nothing obscuring the device, it was free to fully rain into the room. A dangerous puddle of flammable fuel was forming at a quick rate.
Okay, don't step in that.
Rocky sidestepped into the room, following along the wall to circle the hazard and make it to the end of the room where a door stood.
And try not to get any on your fur.
No shit, Chase quipped.
He's really flooding this place. We can't stop it now.
The shepherd expressed visible frustration, looking toward Marshall for support, but the Dalmatian didn't respond. It was distressing to see his home flooding with flammable liquid, the sight alone making him shake.
No wonder he went behind our backs.
As the three gathered at the end of the room, they opened the final door and came to a familiar sight. Zuma turned around.
Oh, there you are.
The pups had never actually been in Ryder's garage before. They had seen several glimpses of it during their dispatch, but access into this room was really only granted to Ryder alone. The room was exactly how they had imagined it, a simple dusty garage with an open floor where the ATV was supposed to sit. The side walls were lined with metal shelves hastily constructed together, carrying sloppily organized tools. Immediately, Rocky rushed over to the shelves to look for the tool he needed to restore the rest of the tower's electrical systems. It had to be here somewhere. He just knew it. The most interesting thing in the room to Marshall was the garage door itself. All that stood between them and freedom was a simple door of metal sheets strung along a ceiling chain. They just needed to open it, and they were free to escape to the outside.
How does this door open?
Marshall ran over to it, instantly putting his paws up on the barrier.
Is there a switch? A passcode? Or maybe we can break through it somehow. Cool your jets, firefighter.
Liberty suddenly appeared from the other side of the room, her fur ruffled.
Ryder likely kept a remote somewhere.
Walking into the room, Chase happily breathed in the fresh air that was coming from the outside. Fear was on his mind, remembering that Zuma had heard everything he discussed with Rocky. Eager to bury the hatchets, he approached the lab.
Zuma?
He said awkwardly.
Listen, about what you heard, not now.
The lab waved him off, turning around to face him. Let's finish up here and get somewhere safe. He suddenly spiked up his fur, baring his teeth.
Then we can talk about your past actions.
Nodding, Chase frantically tried to save their friendship.
So, what's next?
Just one last thing. We need to seal the door you just came in from. It's the only way into the basement from out here. Chase tilted his head.
There's no other way for Rock's Malice can get out?
If the elevator is offline, then yeah. Zuma thought for a second.
But there are those vents we found from the outside. Theoretically, it could use those. But assuming it's still around here, it would have to travel a long distance to get back.
He darkened, tapping his paw.
I don't plan to give it another second.
Then let's do it, the shepherd said, eager to finally secure the monster once and for all. Executing the final stage of his plan, Zuma walked over to the door leading to the basement. Using the tools and material he found on the shelves, he had hastily created some crude locks that just needed to be installed onto the door. They were simple in design, built to magnetically seal the door to the wall and bar it from being opened.
I just need you to hold the door.
Yeah. Chase sighed and went over, approaching the entrance. Something was wrong. With all the years Chase had spent on the force, he had become adept at catching certain cues from his surroundings. Being able to identify when trouble was afoot without anyone needing to speak a word was a difficult ability to learn, but it had served him well. For a moment, he kicked himself over for not being able to sense for Rock's Malice presence within rubble, but the static firmly occupied his focus. Realizing his own thoughts, Chase scolded himself in his mind for making excuses. Memories and mistakes aside, there was an absolutely bad feeling that was picking at Chase's fur. He hadn't the slightest where it was coming from, as he would never in his life believe his own family would try to hurt him. Was it just nerves? Anxiety? Or was there something malicious walking among them? Something Chase never even thought to look for. Zuma was watching his every move. As a Coast Guard, the lab was trained to improvise his rescues in the event of harsh weather or if other unpredictable aspects of the sea interfered. Thinking quickly was something he was just too good at, and he wrote in his head alternate solutions in the event if something changed or went wrong. To him, Chase was an unpredictable equation, a denominator that didn't fit, an anomaly that didn't belong. He wasn't sure of it then, but he knew now that the shepherd was dangerous and needed to be dealt with.
What am I looking for exactly?
Chase nosed the door open, looking back into the gasoline-spewing room.
Do you just want me to hold it open?
Just like that, Zuma said, slowly coming up behind him. The only one who saw it before it happened was Rocky. The mix briefly turned back to ask Zuma a question, only to see the lab stalking up behind Chase. Instantly, he stiffened to alarm and opened his mouth to bark a warning, but he was not quick enough.
Chase's breath left him as he was forcefully shoved from behind, throwing him onto his stomach. He spluttered out a noise of surprise and tried to scramble up, fear and confusion hitting him all at once.
Zuma!
he cried, looking back at the door where he had been pushed in. The lab's eyes were cold and unforgiving. Goodbye, Chase. The shepherd was helpless as his old friend slammed the door shut, slapping on the magnetic lock which instantly fastened to the metal surface like glue. The deed was done. Deceived and backstabbed, Chase was trapped in the basement as it slowly flooded with gasoline, and Zuma felt absolutely no remorse.
Zuma, what the hell?
Rocky rushed over, frantic at what he witnessed.
What are you doing?
He made a leap for the door and tried to pull the lock off, only to be shoved away by the defiant Labrador. Snarling at the knocked-over mix, Zuma bared his teeth, a feral demeanor coming over him.
I'm solving our problems! Get him out!
Can't. The lab shrugged. I made sure the locks couldn't come off. It's only fair he burns alive. Now it was Marshall who whipped around in shock.
What?
Rocky tried to get up, but Zuma's brute paw shoved him back to the floor. The Coast Guard was consumed by anger and resentment.
He murdered Sky! Why are you protecting him?
He snarled.
Why have you been giving him any chance at all?
Bewildered, Rocky stared up in fear at the lab's terrifying statue. With quickened breaths, he uttered the only response he could think of.
He's my brother!
In spirit, maybe. Zuma rolled his eyes.
None of us are related! We don't have to be!
Came the mix's desperate plea.
After all we've been through all these years, we're all family! He's my brother, as he is yours!
The lab twisted his snarl at those words.
I will not call a murderer my brother! Chase!
Marshall pounded on the sealed door. Zuma turned around to the Dalmatian, briefly releasing his grip on Rocky. Panicked, the mix looked at his side and spotted a discarded wrench sitting aimlessly on the floor. There's exposed wiring in there, Zuma said with a grin. I suggest you back up from the door. The explosion will be violent.
Liberty!
Marshall turned his attention to the dachshund standing off to the side.
Do something!
To his complete horror, Liberty only shrugged. It was obvious on her face that she was just as horrified at the scene, but there was little she could do to help. The door was sealed with Chase on the other side, and none of the dogs had the strength or tools to bust the magnetic locks or break the door down.
Make peace with whatever god you believe in, Chase!
Zuma shoved Marshall aside, moving to the door.
Because in a few short seconds, you're going to be— Ah!
The lab was silenced as a metal wrench slammed off the back of his head, knocking him to the ground unconscious. Never in his entire life did Rocky think he would strike Zuma, but the situation was dire and the lab needed to be subdued. Even as he whimpered faintly, Marshall staggered up to the best of his ability, crawling over to Zuma. Even after witnessing the lab's twisted crime, he still felt compelled to tend to his injuries. Rocky dropped the wrench from his mouth, its old metal now stained with the splash of Zuma's blood. It hit the floor with a clang, a shriek of noise in the cold silence.
Chase!
The mix jumped to the door, trying to wrench it loose with any strength he had.
Can you hear me?
It was hopeless. Whatever Zuma had locked the door with was staying put, and would continue to do so until heavier firepower was involved. On the other side, Chase was panicking to a severe degree. He half expected his static sound to return, but instead, all he heard was the splashing of gasoline as it slowly began to cover the floor. Whimpering in fear, he tried to back himself to the wall, knowing that if even a splash of the fuel hit him, he'd be a dead dog when the sparks flew. His heart was broken, fighting between anger and mourning. He had been betrayed, backstabbed by his friend of almost 10 years. Fearful, he tried to call to his remaining family.
Rocky!
He barked.
The voice was muffled from the other side of the door.
I can hear you!
Get me out of here!
Zuma, block the door!
Quickly flinging his gaze around, Chase tried to survey his options. He had to leave the team if he was to survive. He needed to flee back into the infected basement. The biomass that leached the walls was covering up the sprinklers, meaning he only had a few moments of a grace period to travel without being splashed by gasoline. Then, Chase tried to think of any possible solution, his heartbeat moving too fast to get a coherent thought through. His paw still pressed against the door, and with the smell of gas in his nose, he slowly came to the realization of what had to happen.
Just get the garage door open! I'll lead Ferox Malice away as far as I can! But how will you get back?
Sighing, Chase gently pressed his forehead to the door. I won't.
Chase, no.
I owe it to you, after everything, he confessed. The lies, the ignorance, everything.
Get that door open and run as far away from this tower as you can.
He ran through the layout of the basement in his mind.
Find someone in the ACG and tell them what's happened here.
Still, Rocky was defiant.
Chase, you're our leader!
He hit his paw against the barrier between them. No, the shepherd confessed, starting to move away. You are.
Chase, no!
The cries falling on deaf ears, Chase bit back his tears and turned away from his family. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to the flooding room and leaped from his position. He broke into a run, flattening his ears and streaming back into the infected hallway. He was no longer afraid. Even in the face of death, he felt nothing. His beloved family would be safe, and thus there would be nothing left to fear, not even Ferox Malice. The hallway. Now ignoring the blistering teeth and flesh that leached the walls, wriggling and pulsating as gasoline dripped on them, he looked around with determination in his mind.
Ferox Malice, you bastard!
He barked as loud as possible.
Come get me!
He stood with spiked fur in the middle of the floor, paws firmly planted out as he darted his gaze around. Even while vastly outmatched, he refused to go down without a fight, to prove that monster wasn't invincible. He stood for several minutes when he realized Ferox Malice wasn't coming, likely far away in another part of the basement.
Alright, fine!
The communication room. This area had seen enough action. It was here that Zuma found the jammer and restored the connection to their callers. The trashed tables and computers glistened orange and red as the gasoline rained down from the ceiling. Chase was taking great care to avoid the flammable liquid, but it was plausible that stray drops could hit him. He padded out to the middle of the room, approaching the flowering biomass Zuma and Marshall had to crawl through. Exhaling in agitation, he cracked his neck to the side and tossed himself into it. Bothered little by the sticky, hot interior of the tight corridor, Chase pulled himself free into a hallway lined with teeth. Glancing to the side, Chase caught a view of a piece of exposed wall, where the flesh and muscle were cut and pried off. Behind it was a wall panel bent open, revealing a maze of wiring and electrical systems. The shepherd did a double take, realizing that the wires had been cut, and violent sparks were emitting. If one spark happened to land on the liquid fuel that pooled on the ground, it would be the end of the lookout. Zuma was right. The entire basement was now a death trap. The wires were sparking insanely quick, flickering and spreading like flies, every second coming dangerously closer to the gasoline. Oh God! Chase backed up, faint worry coming over him, but he shook it away fast. He had already accepted death. He just needed to make sure Ferox Malice was taken out with him. Alright, you monster! Where? The vicious sound of screeching cut off his sentence.
Chase whipped around in surprise to see a writhing tentacle birthing from the cluster of muscles behind him. Instantly, he turned to face it, although backing up steadily. Then a second tentacle came out. Then a third. Then a fourth. Then a lanky arm reached out of it, flexing its razor bone claws. Lowering himself, Chase stared into the gruesome scene. "You," he said simply, not making even the slightest effort to flee the area. Reaching its second arm out, Farok's malice birthed itself out, gripping its claws onto the floor as its head shot out. The sight of it shot Chase's tail under his legs. The creature flattened its torn ears, baring its blood-stained fangs as it fully pulled itself free. Rearing to its full height, the creature stared down at its prey, a low hiss emitting from its maw as it awaited the puppy's move. It craned its neck down and leaned in close, meeting Chase nose to nose with a ferocious snarl, staring through his eyes into his very soul. Each one dared the other to move, Chase hardening his expression while Farok's malice bared its teeth, emitting a slow, drawn-out roar directly at the shepherd's face, all without breaking eye contact the entire time.
What?
The shepherd was shaking.
What are you?
Farok's malice tapped its claws, taking a few steps forward as its tail flicked behind it. Opening its mouth, a sickening snap could be heard as its bones moved improperly and rearranged. Tilting its head violently to the right, Farok's malice ordered the trapped soul inside it to give up his voice. Realigning its head, the creature did something that caught Chase off guard. It spoke with Rubble's voice.
I am you.
It said, hissing as the tentacles holding its body together wriggled.
Just as you are me.
The voice was almost a perfect imitation of the bulldog he once knew, only an unsettling tone was hidden underneath. An amateur layering of sounds and growls attempting to speak. Off to his right, Chase noticed the exposed wiring. The sparks it emitted were growing more erratic, and a steady stream of gasoline was beginning to seep toward it. Farok's malice took another step forward, Chase took a step back, and the stream continued. The creature roared out, this time with Rubble's screaming voice integrated into the sound, and bared its teeth, prompting its prey to run, although Chase stayed put. The gasoline puddle grew in size, and Farok's malice stepped into it without realizing it. Chase found himself backed up to a wall. He winced as an inhumane screech mocked him. The creature lowered its head and torso, looking like it was about to leap, yet remained in place. The puppy had been a thorn in its side, and it wanted to torture him as long as possible. Pressing himself to the wall, Chase shut his eyes, seeing only darkness in what he thought was his final seconds. Slowly, it began to push down, lifting its torso up as it reached another stage of its evolution. Now towering over Chase, it let its shoulders droop down as its ribcage jutted forward. It was walking like a man, no longer bound to walking on four legs. Snapping its tail around, Farok's malice snarled, not seeing the gasoline leaking under the exposed wiring. Bearing the stolen voice of every last soul severed under its claws, the monster screamed out its ultimate war cry. Ignition. A hurricane of fire erupted in a matter of seconds. The entire basement erupted in a flaming chain reaction. A blast of heat and a cloud of fire consumed them both, a screech of agony roaring out of the monster. The trap was stronger than Zuma could have ever imagined. The fumes of the gas had seeped into the vents,
leaking into the full tower itself. When it was ignited, the pressurized explosion was not contained in the basement. Gas pipes that lined the tower broke upon impact, further intensifying the explosion and adding to the destruction. In an instant, the upper windows shattered out, explosions climbing up its center, blasting out concrete and debris piece by piece. It could have been heard for miles, as a fog of smoke and flame shrouded the entire tower as it was shredded apart. The structure made a feeble attempt to keep standing, only its support quickly snapped. The lookout fell, collapsing in a cloud of smoke and fire.
The explosion had seemingly come from nowhere. All Rocky remembered was running toward the shelves, scattering tools, and throwing boxes aside like trash as he frantically searched for something to free Chase. Even though the police dog had given his final rites through the door, the mix refused to walk away, desiring to try until the very last moment to save the shepherd. Zuma's body lay on the floor, splayed out as a faint trickle of blood came from his head. The Labrador had been struck hard, but not without remorse. Rocky hadn't desired to go farther. He just needed the problematic dog to stay down for a few moments. Overcome in panic and anxiety, Marshall tried to say something, but his voice had given out, forcing the Dalmatian to flee for somewhere to hide. Rocky looked toward another shelf, still with a hopeful expression, when the blast happened. The wall smashed inward, a wave of fire violently erupting through it into the room. The explosion toppled the rest of the tower before they had any chance to react, the fires catching them within its surging claws. It was a while before Rocky regained consciousness. Wincing, he tried to lumber himself back up, his paws scratching against the floor. He felt burned, his fur singed as fire screeched over him during the explosion. The door that acted as the barrier to the basement held against the blast for only half a second before the pressure ripped it off the wall and sent it crashing through the air. Coughing out dust, he tried to see through the smoke that pilfered in the room. Liberty was next to stand, hobbling her elongated body on 4 weak little legs. She tried to speak, but only hacked out ash and dust. Blinking her eyes, she turned her head slowly, only to come to a massive hit of shock. She jumped back at the sight of a metal object smashed into the garage door, bending it inward and opening up the outside. It was the door from earlier, ruptured off its hinges and now used to break out of the garage.
Marshall!
Rocky barked, looking around the scorched room.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm right here. The Dalmatian suddenly appeared at his side, his white fur blackened with soot. You okay? To Rocky's complete, absolute surprise, Marshall wasn't even a twinge upset. He was clearly in somewhat distress, as he had just witnessed his home collapse. Yet for the current situation, he was oddly calm and collected.
Me?
The mix said, aghast.
What about you? You're covered in ash!
It's soot, actually. There's a difference. The Dalmatian shook himself, making his fur produce a black cloud. These kinds of scenarios are my specialty. I'm a firefighter, remember? He gave a confident smile. Wait. Liberty ran up. Where's Zuma? All 3 dogs looked to where the lab's body was left. To their alarm, the 4th dog had vanished without a trace. Not even a trail of paw prints could be seen, nor a blood trail. Zuma had seemingly woken up and slipped away.
We need to find him!
Marshall looked to the group.
And Chase too!
He was already walking toward the dark, empty doorway. Instantly agreeing with Marshall, Liberty jumped to his support.
I agree. We gotta find the lab.
Rocky was unsure. Do we, though? He questioned. You saw what he did? The Dalmatian stopped mid-step, quietly heeding his words. Marshall loved his family unconditionally, and seeing Sky and Rubble fall to the monster nearly shattered him. The thought of losing yet another dear friend was not an edge he was willing to be pushed over. He lowered his head, whimpering as he looked to the dark corridor. The sadness within the poor dog was infectious, and Rocky lowered his ears as he sat down. Marshall, come on. They needed to get a move on, and as much as Rocky's own heart ached from leaving Chase and Zuma behind, the nightmare wasn't over. Look, the garage door has been broken open. He pointed his tail toward it, a small cough puffing out of him. Let's just go.
No!
Marshall stood firmly.
I'm not leaving Chase or Zuma down there!
We aren't leaving, just getting out of here. The mix tried to reason. Out of the smoke, at least. Despite his reluctance, Marshall eventually relented with slight agitation in his eyes. His mood was read rather easily by his grayer brother, and Rocky held out his paw with compassion in his eyes. As the two of them turned to escape the basement, finally emerging outside, Liberty narrowed her eyes. Her work wasn't done yet. He thought he was dead. Chase and Ferox Malice shared a room as it sparked into flames, consuming the entire basement and tower in mere seconds. Both the puppy and the creature were within the eye of the storm, their bodies almost incinerated in the blast. And yet, upon painfully opening his eyes to the ruined, charred room, did he realize he was still alive. He woke up screaming in agony. His body was blistered and burned over, patches of his fur and skin peeled away to a pink, soft layer. There was not a word imaginable for the pain he felt, as the first breaths he took seemed to scrape the interior of his lungs. As the scream forced out the air in his body, he began hyperventilating, each and every breath bringing out a smaller scream with it. He was alive. What horrid deity above had denied him the chance to die? How much more would he be forced to suffer? His mind was long broken, and now his body as well. Perhaps he would never have the chance to rest. He shouldn't be alive. The smoke should have infested his lungs and suffocated him. For him to be spared, something had to have broken through the basement, creating a hole to the outside where the smoke could escape. And if such a place had been created, it meant he had a chance to escape outside. Or maybe it was the garage, a sign that it was opened and waiting for him. What? Where? He cried out with a scratchy voice. Where am I? His heart and lungs were still erratically pounding away, the sound of settling metal creaking above him. The entire room had caved in, the ceiling bursting open like a boil, spilling in various metals and building foundation to meet a melting doom in the fires. The inferno was gone, however, only leaving behind the festering burns on his body and a room covered in ash and soot. A part of him wanted to lie down and stay there, giving up his life with all the agony it presented. Only in the back of his mind did he know that there was still a chance, an opportunity to reunite with his family. Praying Ferox Malice was buried and incinerated from the blast, Chase flexed his first paw, his front left, trying to feel its articulation. After some painful movement testing, he concluded all his limbs and joints were fine, although cooked medium rare from the fire. Unable to suppress his pain, the dog audibly let out several groans and cries as he pushed himself up. To say it hurt to walk was an understatement, as his entire right paw was peeled pink of its top layer. Okay, he staggered, trying to slow his heart rate. Oh, okay. Loudly emitting a groan, he took a step forward. After taking a moment, he remembered vaguely where he was. The communication room. Gritting his teeth at the pain, he began making his way toward the exit, limping slowly. Walking out into the hallway, stepping over fallen metal and burned drywall, his eyes widened as the damage was revealed. The blast had almost completely incinerated Farok's Malice nest. The walls of flesh and gore burned into ash and revealing the real basement walls behind. It was refreshing to see the corridors empty of infection finally, and even the eggs were gone with not a trace of them in sight. Perhaps Zuma hadn't failed after all. Walking in the direction of the garage, Chase stopped in the middle of his hallway. His path was blocked, and the top ceiling shattered and collapsed into debris. First believing he was trapped, he lowered his eyes and emitted a pained whine, until he remembered the vents. With Farok's Malice infection gone, the ceiling vents were finally uncovered and unclogged of the biomass. All Chase needed was a vent entrance, and he'd have to backtrack for one. "Alright then," he growled, his right leg quivering as it tried to stand. "So be it." Sharply turning on his path, he faced away and walked in the other direction. Scanning his eyes along the bare wall for a vent opening, he turned his nose away at the disgusting smell of fried gore. Even while most of it was gone, it had been cooked into a disgusting stench that flooded the hallway and its corridors. His mind raced for solutions, roadmaps, any answer for where his life could be headed should he escape. Even if Ryder somehow returned within the hour, a good portion of the team was gone and the rest scarred, and the entire tower was destroyed. Where could they go from here? Making a turn as he followed the hallway, he thought over each of his friends and family with remorse. He'd never find an apology suitable enough to redeem what he had done, assuming it was redeemable at all. Marshall used to be innocent, only to have it all shattered in the worst way possible. Surely he'd never be the same again. As much as Chase hated to say it, he was no leader. Such a title could only be applicable to Rocky, the one dog who held them all together the best he could. He didn't blame Zuma for what he did, almost believing his life was worth ending. He could barely imagine what Sky would think of all this, and he wondered if killing her was more mercy than putting her through the horrors. With Rubble carrying Farok's Malice from the beginning, if he ever got out of here, Chase would shudder at any bulldog he came across. Emerging into a clearing, the burned shepherd looked around as the old memories of his life danced in his head. Each step of his paw cracked and sizzled above the ash-covered floor, stenches of melted rubber and plaster making him grimace. There was nothing left down here, just an empty tomb of broken hearts. The sooner he found a vent opening, the sooner he would escape this nightmare. Sure enough, limping through the room, he finally found a vent cover loosely fastened. He had found his escape. "Trying to show me up again?" Chase stopped in his tracks, recognizing the voice all too well. Taking a long sigh, he lowered his head a little as he felt a burning gaze on his back. Walking through the ash and debris, Zuma emerged with a cold expression on his face. "You always were hard to get rid of," he admitted with a slight drip of admiration, only for it to be quickly swallowed up with spite. Still with his back turned, Chase searched for words to say, but he couldn't find anything to say. "What are you?" Zuma squinted his eyes, looking the burned dog up and down. "How did we get here?" he said, looking down at the ruined basement floor. "Everything's gone, turned to ash, and whose fault is that?" Now Chase turned to face him, a sternness in his eyes. "Yours," he said simply. "You're the one who destroyed the lookout." "I did what needed to be done," the lab argued. Burned down our home, maybe, but look around you! It fried the infection and killed Farak's malice! He declared with fanatical victory, a grin creeping on his face. The only thing I have left to get rid of is you. Whatever you are. You... Chase said with a shaky breath. No, you're not allowed to talk! Zuma suddenly growled, bristling his fur. Because all that's ever come out of your mouth is lies! Ugh! He swiped his paw in rage, kicking a piece of wood. His voice slowly lowered, speaking calmly, yet the rage was all too clear. And maybe a lie I could get behind. We've all made our mistakes, he admitted. But you're a murderer. And killing a member of our family, well, I don't think I could ever get behind that. It was then that Chase understood. You're here to kill me, aren't you? The lab was unresponsive, yet his eyes flicked to meet Chase's gaze, a quiet standoff between the two of them. So that's it! The shepherd chuckled darkly. Kill your own brother, and that's the end of the Paw Patrol? You are not my brother! Zuma suddenly shouted, snapping in anger. Matter of fact, I don't really know what you are. You're not the dog I spent 10 years with. He shook his head. You're not Chase. Even in his own anger, Chase couldn't deny how much he agreed with those words. Sighing to himself, his hostility faded away, leaving him as nothing but a broken shell. Letting himself get back, his burned wounds cracked in protest as he moved. His ears flattened as he could only confirm Zuma's word. You're right, he finally confessed, a faint sniffle emitting from him. I don't even know who I am anymore. Tears ran down his cheeks, hissing as they passed over one of his blisters. He had tried to fight through the sadness, the static, the shame, but now he realized he never could. Nothing, he whimpered. Nothing will ever be the same. He looked back at Zuma, now unable to control the emotion leaking from his eyes. I'm sorry, Zuma. The lab faltered slightly, raising an eyebrow. I'm sorry, Chase wept, for ruining all of it. Heeding his words, Zuma averted his eyes to the ground, pondering over his choices in the situation. He had won, although he didn't expect how easily he achieved it. A part of the lab wanted Chase to remain defiant, allowing him to further bask in the satisfaction of exposing a monster hidden within his friend. But Chase wasn't a monster. He was a puppy. A sad puppy who made terrible mistakes and was being eaten up alive inside. Perhaps the old police dog of the past still remained within him, but Zuma wasn't interested in the answer to that question. Something about Chase's accountability only made him angrier. We've done a lot, haven't we? The lab leaned back a little. We've solved problem after problem, saved the town and city more than we can count. He came back forward, remembering a key moment from their time in Adventure City. Yet, somehow, it always comes back to you, he said with spite on his tongue. What makes you so much more special than us, Chase? It's always you up in front, speaking for the squad, and dogs like me in the back. For the longest time, Zuma remained the underdog of the team. With few times was he called on missions. It was always Chase, Marshall, or even Rocky who sat on the pedestals. Meanwhile, Zuma and sometimes Rubble were simply left at home. His grudge of being underused wasn't exactly important to their situation, but now that he had a moment alone with what remained of their leader,
It was going to be addressed.
Even now, facing death,
Zuma spat the last word.
It's you who tries to control us, direct us like fucking puppets. Well, we did it!
He laughed erratically.
We followed your word and obeyed every little command you gave us!
He darkened, leering at Chase with gritted teeth.
Are you proud of where your leadership took us? Sky and Rubble dead, Marshall traumatized, and Rocky struggling to keep his own sanity?
You know, I knew you wouldn't agree with me on my plan to incinerate the tower.
Of course you wouldn't!
He grinned, wagging his tail slowly. No tower means no Paw Patrol. And once that's gone, there's no one left for you to control. The shepherd froze in horror, backing up slightly.
Zuma, that's not true!
No, it is, the lab defied.
I'm more of a leader than you ever were, and I'll make them see that.
He emitted a low growl.
Whatever it takes to fix what you destroyed.
To see his old friend acting on such cold ambition was horrific, breaking Chase's heart further than he ever imagined. He had seen a lot and dealt with terrible things, but this was something else. He couldn't let Zuma hurt his friends. A crying fire surged within him, screaming up to Chase that he couldn't die now. He had to go back. He had to make sure they were all okay. Chase shook his head, blinded by his own emotion and panic.
I just wanted to keep you all safe, keep you happy. You want us to be happy?
Zuma challenged.
We won't be happy until you're gone,
and I fix everything. Breathing heavily and ignoring his body pain, Chase slowly stood up. Narrowing his eyes, he curled his lips against the patches of exposed flesh, baring his teeth.
I will not let you do that.
Zuma fell silent, coldly staring down the shepherd. He spoke again, his voice dropped of any emotion. I know you won't.
The lab suddenly embraced his own rage, pushing away his morals and lunged for Chase's throat, calling forth his feral instinct from so long ago. The small, smoking room exploded into violent conflict, both dogs colliding into one another as their friendship withered away. Claws and teeth snapped and swiped in all directions, both animals fully intending to maim one another. Being a German Shepherd, Chase was stronger, although his severe burns had weakened him. Zuma was lighter, and his species was not known for fighting, but he utilized every drip of his elusiveness and speed to evade Chase's frenzied attacks. As the sound of their snarls and battle cries bounced off the walls, Chase thrust his head forward in an attempt to grab the feral Labrador. Quickly jumping to the side, Zuma rolled off the ground as his former friend passed over him. Now behind his foe, he jumped into the air and landed on Chase's back, instantly gripping his teeth into the shepherd's burned scruff and yanking it in all directions. Drops of blood and flesh slowly tore off one by one as Zuma mauled into him, Chase howling as he tried to shake him off. In a swift motion, Chase threw himself into the charred wall, crushing Zuma under it and causing a breath to escape the lab, forcing him to release his teeth. Quickly, Chase bucked his legs, tossing the lab off balance and making him lower his head as he tried to keep himself up. Now it was Zuma who screamed as Chase whipped his head around, catching his own teeth into Zuma's neck and ripping him down to the floor. The lab collided with the ground, an audible slam echoing through the room, and he snarled and raged with every claw he had, leaving red gashes on his attacker's face. Ignoring the pain, Chase crushed his teeth in the lab's neck as deep as they would go, using his own claws to brutally hack away at Zuma's belly. Each swipe of his arm tore into the lower dog, first swiping off brown clumps of fur, then his claws suddenly ran red as swipes of blood were ripped out. He released Zuma with a pained howl as the lab managed to knock him off, punching his paws across Chase's eyes. As the shepherd staggered away, Zuma struggled to stand up as agonizing groans of pain left his muzzle. His neck was matted and red, and large streams of blood were leaking from his belly. Fighting against his own injuries, Chase kept his breathing steady while locking eyes with his opponent. With brewing fire, they circled each other, Chase's ears suddenly picking up noise in the ceiling. Glancing upward, he could faintly hear something moving up above, likely in the vents. He knew the sound all too well, and his eyes widened at the realization that they weren't alone. Even in his darkest hour, Chase couldn't help but laugh, letting a slow chuckle slip out right at his brother's face.
The hell are you laughing at?
Zuma stumbled backward, his body leaving streams of red on the floor. Chase gave him a wide, yet hopeless smile. You failed, Zuma. It's still alive.
What?
The chocolate lab froze, sneaking a look up at the ceiling.
Whatever! After I kill you, I'll deal with it! Forget the fighting! We're supposed to be in this together!
The shepherd said, wincing from the searing scratches all over him.
Zuma, we've all done terrible things, but it doesn't have to come down to this!
He pled to his lifelong co-worker.
If you want to beat the hell out of me, you can! You deserve to have that moment, but we can still get out of this! Both of us! It's too late for that!
Zuma shouted, fiercely sprinting at him again. With a snarl of fierce hatred, he bared his teeth and lunged for any possible opening. He was met in the middle, Chase putting his paws forward and intercepting the Labrador, clashing them together and briefly locking their arms in a barking, snarling mess. The creature above them began to audibly move faster, responding to the noises of a broken family ripped apart by tragedy. A rush of adrenaline allowed Chase to violently shove Zuma off, flipping him to the side as he shifted his weight. The thinner dog hit the floor and instantly rolled back to his paws. Darting his amber eyes to the floor, he spotted a small, blunt pipe likely broken off in the explosion. Wasting no time flipping it into the air and grabbing it in his teeth, he wielded it like a blunt weapon. Now Chase faltered in surprise as he took a step backward, taken off guard. Still, the shepherd tried to get through to him.
Zuma, don't you understand? Farouk's malice is practically laughing at us right now! This is exactly what it wanted! To tear us all apart! You fucking gaslighter!
The lab spat.
Don't pin your own crimes on that thing! It did enough, but you're the one who ruined everything!
Chase took a step back, blood dripping from his face.
That's not what I meant! I'm not saying it was responsible for everything! I'm saying that if we don't stick together, we'll never get rid of it!
He barked.
It wants us to kill each other! We're sabotaging ourselves by doing so!
Then maybe we have something in common, it and I, said the Coast Guard as he dragged the pipe along the ground. Zuma had never used a weapon before, as noted by his sloppy form of swinging a hard right as he jumped at Chase. Surging with ferocity, Zuma instantly swung back in the opposite direction, his own body getting carried by the weight of the swing. There was no window to evade the attack, and Chase winced as he held up an arm in a feeble attempt to defend himself. The blunt metal slammed against his body, knocking him backward and making him yell as white-hot pain paralyzed his arm. Dazed and mouth sore from holding the metal, Zuma shook his head as he dragged the pipe along the floor, watching his old leader stumble against the edge of the room. Even as his small body was beginning to buckle under the spent energy, the Labrador snarled as he held up the pipe in his mouth, bringing it in for another, albeit lackluster swing. Acting in a flash, Chase jumped forward and caught the pipe in his paws, intercepting the attack and locking the weapon between them. Zuma staggered as the shockwave hit him, nearly breaking a few of his teeth.
Then his head shot backward as the shepherd's paws punched his nose. The pipe dropped and hit the dusty floor, Chase leaping out and grabbing the lab's paw in his teeth before he could fall back. Pulling Zuma right back in, he braced his claws and tore into the lab's already wounded belly, tearing into it even more than before. His opponent tried to scream, but every sound was muffled by the shock as he was ripped into. By the time he pulled his paw free, Zuma was already a wounded mess. His stomach was shredded, raining blood in a way that flooded the floor. His paws and face torn into sending powerful agony through him. Furiously growling, Chase stumbled back as his hold was broken, narrowing his eyes as he watched the labs move. With next to nothing left, Zuma grimaced his pain as he limped over, his hatred being the only thing to carry him if his body couldn't. But hatred had a way of taking more than it gave, and Zuma tried to attack, although his form and speed were greatly hindered. Chase stopped it right as it happened, grabbing Zuma's managed paw in his teeth and yanking him forward. The Labrador let out a squeak as his body tumbled to the floor like broken glass. Breathing heavily as blood escaped him, Zuma slowly looked up, fighting his pain for anything left to fuel him. Taking a final stand, the lab staggered back up. Instantly, Chase's claws met Zuma's face, cleanly tearing into his eye and nose. The attack finished it, the force of the impact throwing Zuma back to the ground. And this time he didn't get up. Watching his brother fall, Chase breathed heavily as the fight ended, his blistered body reprimanding him for the abrasive movement. The Labrador was subdued, as the shepherd's attack was meant to incapacitate him, such as the strategy of going for the eyes. Even if the other was intended a fight to the death, Chase's heart only broke at the sudden sight of Zuma broken on the floor. The fight left him, his ears and tail lowered as his face wore the expression of utter sorrow. Struggling to stand, Zuma writhed on the floor, snarling and writhing as he was covered in cuts. Breathing sporadically, he looked up at his adversary. A hateful expression crossed his face, yet there was a faint glimmer of something else.
So,
he fought to get out, flexing his bloodied brown paws.
is this it? You're gonna kill me too?
He let a red grin peel across his face, baring his broken teeth and cut gums.
Do it then. We have nothing left anyway.
Shifting in his own blood, the lab let out a long, bubbling sigh.
The Paw Patrol is gone. Torn apart from within. So finish it.
If Chase had any sliver of urges to kill the Labrador, they were history by now. In the fight, he acted in self-defense, swiftly bringing the lab down as his own drive carried him past his body's agony. But for every second he spent staring at his fallen brother, only sadness was met in return. After a long moment, Chase shook his head. "No, I'm not doing that to you."
What?
Zuma said, almost in genuine surprise.
You have to! Didn't you hear a word I said? You have to! Ugh.
A groan interrupted him, pain coursing through his frame.
You need to finish what you started, right?
The question hung in the air, but the shepherd merely looked away. The musty air of the burned room was filled with grief from both sides, a clashing of bloody teeth and claw ending with only sorrow and regret. Chase could see it now. The Paw Patrol was truly gone, no matter what he tried to tell himself. Something about the revelation brought an odd flicker of peace to his heart. "I already have," Chase said, a tear running down his face. "Goodbye, Zuma." He turned his back on the lab, returning to the vent gate on the wall. His brother's voice shouted in alarm.
What? No! Get back here!
Chase gripped his paws along the edge of the vent gate, beginning to tug it free. Chase! You won't leave me here! You're a killer just like the rest! The shepherd swiftly gave a final tug, successfully pulling it off the wall and providing access to the vents inside. Think of Ryder, damn it! Ryder. Chase merely chuckled as he dipped his head down and climbed into the vent, his paws crossing over from burned tile onto sheet metal. Chase! The call fell on deaf ears as the shepherd vanished into the narrow corridors, the tip of his tail finally disappearing away. Zuma watched it go, and with a horrible sinking feeling, he realized he was alone, completely abandoned and left behind, a fate worse than death. Chase! He shouted as loud as he possibly could, but there was no response. His energy had escaped, as well as all his friends and family. Everything had failed, a shot to his gut that bled his own perfectionism. Everything was written to plan, yet it was he who suffered alone and abandoned. Looking around helplessly, he couldn't believe his own situation. No, he uttered simply. His breathing went shaky, and he reached a paw forward in an effort to crawl. It was then he remembered how injured he was, his managed body unable to move. Growling, Zuma refused to bleed out underground where no one would find him. He had to get back. Fighting his pain, he reached forward again, his eyes locked on the vent opening. A large, degloved hand suddenly dipped down in his view, flexing 5 razor-sharp claws. The wrist was fastened to the arm with shreds of burned vein and intestine, reeking a smell of burnt flesh. Zuma's breathing stopped, his heart skipping a beat as the sound of animalistic growling emitted behind him. With nowhere to go, the lab helplessly looked behind him, terrified of what he would see. Ferox Malice was beyond pissed off. Its wormy, organ-like body showed clear blistering and burns. It had likely found somewhere to hide in the explosion, although not without suffering a few of its own injuries. What locked Zuma's expression and nearly stopped his pulse was the creature's face. The skin mask it wore, the only thing giving Ferox Malice a resemblance to a dog, was completely gone. Likely it burned off, and instead of still wearing it, the creature simply discarded it away. Its true face underneath would haunt Zuma in the final seconds of his life. It had no ears or nose, such features only the mask possessed instead of Ferox Malice itself. Its entire head was composed of bloody pink flesh, with visible veins and moving worm-like appendages moving around it. With its mask gone, the large clumps of eyes that dotted its face were now revealed, in addition to its 2 main eyes. At least several more infested its head in various areas. Its chin, cheeks, and even the side of its muzzle had a bloodshot eye peeking out, all staring down at Zuma. Its mouth was locked in a permanent snarl, its full jaw now exposed as a line of jutting fangs. Tentacles hung down from the back of its head, moving in the air with the rest of them. Ferox Malice was never a dog to begin with. Only a vile, crooked monster who sadistically wore the skin of one. Overcome with fear, Zuma panicked and ran, turning to a random hallway and fleeing for his life through the ashes. Ferox Malice could be heard hissing behind him, watching him run. It then screeched into the air, and its pounding footsteps rushed him down in seconds. Zuma could barely get another few feet of distance before a tentacle clamped around his leg, yanking the puppy off the floor and flinging him into the wall. With a slamming impact, his body collided with the surface and fell to the ground, a shock of bruising pain flashing through him. Ah! He shrieked, tumbling to a stop. His vision clouded over from the hit, his mind spinning. Unable to push himself up, the lab sat on the floor stunned, waiting for the ringing to leave his ears. Like a looming hunter, Farak's malice appeared at his side, walking sideways into his view and crouching down low to meet him. Zuma's breathing quickened, his face spreading with terror as wordless panic left his muzzle. Helpless to run, the lab sat paralyzed with horror as Farak's malice stared him down, squatting low with only mere inches between them. His voice could only form panicked whimpers, unable to create words under the piercing stare of the maskless monster. Watching him for a moment, Farak's malice began unhinging its jaw, emitting a rising growl and flexing its claws. Zuma's whimpers quickly intensified, his cries increasing in volume. Boiling with anger, the creature screamed out with its full voice, roaring into the puppy's face. The last sound Zuma ever made was only a split-second scream, shrieking so loud his vocal cords felt they would tear, only to be silenced in an instant as Farak's malice lunged into him. Crawling through the vents of the lookout, Chase hurried as much as he could. He shuffled his body through the dark passageways with only his family in mind. He saw light up ahead briefly, bringing hope into the dog as he quickened his pace. Approaching an exit in the vent, Chase excitedly peeked out, only for his joy to dim as he realized it was just another room. Great, he grumbled, getting agitated with the complexity of the basement. Looking around, he saw only a massive furnace connected to several pipes along the walls. Some tables were stacked against the wall, and various objects littered the room. Chase rolled his eyes and turned away when he suddenly stopped cold, freezing to a halt as he suddenly remembered. The boiler room. He had found it. Amidst the terror and fear, Chase had almost entirely forgotten this room even existed. The core location he was trying to go to from the very beginning. In a foolish action, he had discarded his gun and ACG radio within these very walls, and now he could finally get them back. Exploding into movement, Chase turned and climbed out of the vent, finally returning to the boiler room as he stepped out. His heart pounded as he darted his gaze around, the triumph of finally reaching his objective almost sending him into a frenzy. Then he stopped. His gaze fell upon the one soul that remained trapped within. Sky. With a haunting breath, Chase couldn't move as he spotted her. At first, she looked alive, merely sleeping on the metal table, and for a moment he was tempted to call her name. The cockapoo lay motionless, rigor mortis already settling in to lock up her limbs as her eyes dulled. She was long dead, merely encased in a tomb that was the lookout. Averting his eyes, although he couldn't hide from the guilt and shame that now hung over him, he took to the ground and trailed his nose, searching for his lost belongings. He kept his mind forward, but the haunted memory of the murder in the lookout constantly crept up to him. He finally found his gun, bullet still within it, sitting on the floor under a table where it was tossed. Upon picking it up, Chase realized he had no way of efficiently holding it. His pup pack was long gone, yet he couldn't remember when he lost it. If it wasn't thrown off in the explosion, then it was lost sometime earlier in another attack. Lowering his ears in a whimper, he knew it'd be foolish to leave a weapon behind, especially now. With no other option, he made sure the safety was on and nestled the gun into his collar, the plastic strap still firmly holding on despite the burns around it. Ryder had made them well. The feeling of the metal on his neck was uncomfortable, not to mention the anxiety of having a weapon so close to him.
He also found the blood reader sitting on the floor, the one device that was supposed to save them all, yet a single misuse doomed them. Chase felt shame looking at it, and kicked it away into the ash where it would never be found again. The ACG radio was uncovered a few feet away, and to Chase's delight, it was still intact. Holding up the small device, he was suddenly filled with uncertainty. What if he did something wrong? What if they couldn't hear him? What if they weren't even in Adventure Bay anymore? Cyrus and the others long packed up their things and vanished. Even then, he was out of options. Chase hit the button on the center, and a blinking green light turned on, a signal that it was activated.
Hello?
He spoke into it, half expecting a reply.
Can anyone hear me?
The radio responded with only static, no sign of an answer from the other side. The shepherd let out a sigh, already expecting this.
This is Chase of, well, what was once the Paw Patrol. Look, I don't know if anyone can hear me, but we found it,
he reported.
I mean, hell, Ferox Malice really is here. It's been here for who knows how long. We fought it in the basement, and we all got out except for one of us. We also picked up Liberty from the Arcline Foundation. I don't know if that's important.
He sighed into the device.
This animal, this creature, it's nothing that belongs in this world. If you can hear me, send the artillery or whatever you have. It's mutated far out of control.
He shrugged.
All right, that's all.
He let the radio fall out of his paw, plucking it to the floor. He turned back to Sky, still lying on the table. Shaking his head, he knew he'd face his crimes and death, although he had other matters to attend to now. He was tempted to place her in the furnace, gifting her a final rite of cremation. However, the explosion stole away all the fuel and ruptured the gas pipes, leaving the burning machine unusable. Turning around, he spotted the elevator doors that led to the rest of the tower. The power was beyond out, yet the damage the tower had received gave Chase an idea. The doors were cracked and slightly bent inward, allowing the shepherd to climb through them and emerge into the dark elevator corridor that led only upward. Surrounded by dead machinery, looking up he could see the elevator, still stuck on the main floor as it was pinned by debris and rubble, unable to move. Gripping the dangling cords and chains, Chase began a steady climb upward. He was thankful for that moment of Ryder teaching him how to climb during his police training. Emerging through a broken hole in the elevator, Chase climbed up into the main floor of the tower on ground level. Looking around, the tower was completely unrecognizable compared to what it used to be. He was technically outside, but the explosion had leveled the tower, causing the main observation deck to fall and crash to the ground. Even with the canopy of broken metal above him, the grass floor was unmistakable, and Chase greatly enjoyed finally placing his paw upon the cool ground outside after all that time underground. Light peeked through the slits and crevices of the metal, signaling that it was no longer dark outside, and sunrise was just beginning. He never felt happier crawling through the wreckage and poking his head out into the fresh air. He would never take anything for granted again. The sight of trees and fields had never been so beautiful. The kennels still stood in a circle around the fallen tower, although Zuma's had been smashed under debris. He was finally outside. He escaped. There were no words to describe how amazing the sun felt on his fur after hours of dark cold from the basement. No more machinery. No more disgusting gore. No more infection. Just a warm orange sky and bright green grass to embrace him. Taking in a deep inhale of fresh outside air, he felt his body pain ease from the rays of the warm sun. Although there was no time for sunbathing, he still had to reunite with the others and flee the hospital. Then a voice met his ears, panicked and feminine.
How am I supposed to know? I'm not going back down there!
He turned his head in the direction of the sound and immediately started to walk. He was about to call out to the voice when he listened in more intently.
You didn't tell me it would be anything like this!
Chase stopped, his eyes narrowing as he listened. Crouching down low, he began to creep forward with reduced noise. Darting back close to the massive pile of debris and metal that was once a tower, he used the jutting pieces as cover as he approached the speaker. Peeking out from his cover, he spotted Liberty standing in the clearing.
Can't you just come get me?
The dachshund argued into her collar.
I almost died several times!
And why would I do that?
Hissed an icy voice coming through.
You have not only met failure where I was promised success, but you have nearly jeopardized everything the Arcline Foundation intended to do. Why should I give you anything?
The sight of Liberty talking into her radio made Chase furious, as he firmly remembered she never had a caller during their time in the basement. She either hid it away where no one would see, or, a possibility that made Chase's blood boil, she had taken it off Marshall or Rocky. Growling, he crouched down low to listen in. Who was she speaking to?
Dutch, you can't just leave me here!
Came her plea.
I can get all four of them! I promise!
How many promises do you intend to convince me of? It is most disappointing to see my investment turn up empty.
Look, I just need more help! Do you think you can order Captain Cyrus to come assist me? I'm sure Chase and Zuma are still down there.
Dutch's voice came through in a snarl.
That's not their job, Liberty. I hired them to bring back the creature once it achieved its full evolution. Now you tell me my prized bioweapon is gone.
It's not gone!
Liberty said, her voice breaking into a plea.
Not all of it, at least. Like I said, Chase and Zuma are still down there.
Well, do you have them?
No, but I can!
She clenched her radio tightly, her legs shaking. The voice on the other line was less than pleased.
Too much has gone into this project for you to wreck it all in a single night. The next time I hear your voice, you better have pleasant news or I'm leaving you down there.
Chase came up behind Liberty. Who are you talking to?
Ah!
The smaller dog spun around in surprise, startled as she spiked her singed fur. The sight of the burned shepherd nearly toppled her, and a very audible click could be heard from her radio. The other caller had immediately hung up the line.
Chase! You're...
She stuttered in disbelief. Who were you talking to?
How are you...
Who were you talking to? Chase said with a growl, taking a step closer to her.
Hey!
Liberty recoiled fearfully, taking a defensive step back.
Back off!
Chase wasn't having it.
Where are the others? I said back off!
She snarled, baring her teeth.
I have a knife!
A knife. She had been armed this whole time. Finished with her games, Chase quickly sat back and pulled the gun from his collar. Liberty's eyes went wide, all her defiance gone in a snap upon spotting the much more lethal weapon. Fear spread through her as she stared down the barrel of the gun. "Talk!" he hissed, pointing the weapon between her eyes. His captive flicked her eyes to the side, looking for a way out, yet there was none. Realizing she was caught, Liberty was angry as she emitted a growl, only to sigh in defeat. Narrowing her eyes, she fluffed her fur a little in an attempt to maintain her composure. She met Chase's fiery gaze.
Fine! Just get the gun out of my face! Liberty tried to bargain, growling increasingly agitated the longer the weapon was pointed at her. Despite her qualms, Chase was in no mood. Say something I like, and maybe I will. He had no reason to trust her anymore. A betrayal that only added insult to injury as he was forced to deal with Suma. He was exhausted, distressed, and trying with every fabric in his mind trying to ignore the blistering pain all over his body. Under such circumstances, Liberty was out of second chances. His captive glanced to the side, visible frustration peeling around her. It was obvious she was holding something back, the gears in her head turning for an explanation while the sun slowly rose in the distance. Looking up at him, her voice went cold. Farak's malice never escaped, she confessed. It was released.